Now, can anybody hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Oh, great.
Well, good to see you, John, finally.
Yeah, you're right.
Great.
I'm a little taken aback because I wasn't able to connect.
Yep.
I
Well,
think
welcome.
I just didn't turn on my the speaker.
Yeah, it's all that tech stuff,
Yeah. All right, how you been?
Oh, doing all right. A lot going.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, John, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. That's it.
Glad to have you on.
Right, believe me, the pleasure's mine.
Nice to see you again, too.
Yeah, man. I think as I was telling Margaret, the only I think the only thing I didn't do was to connect my speakers. I didn't turn on the on-off switch for my speakers. Because before I could hear y'all talking, I could see you, but you couldn't hear me.
I'm glad that you figured it out because we got you now. Sound and visuals. We got you.
I did not get a chance to read the agenda. Can you still hear me?
We can drop that in the chat.
Okay, I'm doing that now. Okay. Let me bring back up the page. Hey, Peter. How are you?
Hey, good to see you. Glad we got it to work out. All right, it's 7. I'll wait just a second. We have a quorum, but just out of courtesy I know that Commissioner Dixon's not gonna be able to make it tonight, but there's one more. Yeah, just a moment.
Good evening, Lydia.
Hi, John. It's Linda. The Y confuses people.
How are you?
I'm named after Linda Carter, Wonder Woman.
Let's see if I can get this.
Before we get there, just wanted to let folks know that Dan and I spoke, and he's probably gonna propose a few amendments to the 17th and U resolution. Most of those I think are going to be friendly. One of them I think is going to need to go for a vote. But just a heads up that that'll likely happen during that process. And Peter, since Lee is out, do you want me to usher through the PZT stuff as well?
Sounds perfect. I will take a stab at a couple of things, but fill in the rest of the gaps then.
Cool, I got it.
All right, I'll just wait a second, just so we don't have to. Oh, Daniel's already on. Perfect. Okay, so that is, we got 1, 3, 7, 8. Lee's not gonna be able to be on here tonight. So let's see, 1, 3. Okay, just a moment. So we'd like to have our secretary on here, or excuse me, treasurer. I think he's gonna make it.
If it's possible, can I have my full last name spelled out here? I don't know if I'm able to change that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I control that, but we'll see.
Sean controls that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You say something to me, Jake? Oh, okay.
No, sorry, Sean, not John.
Oh, okay.
Sean is the IT guy. So if you hear that, that's a
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, I'll give him just 1 more minute. If he doesn't come in, we can start. You can join later. just because I would like to make sure that we have a treasurer here to have the treasurer's report, but we'll do what we can. We haven't started officially, but I saw a hand raised. If you have any kind of early questions or comments, just feel free to put them in the chat. If it's a community input, we have a segment of the agenda that's dedicated towards that. But we'll begin in just a second, waiting for one more commissioner, hopefully.
Okay.
All right, well, we've got a quorum. Don't have our treasurer here, but we'll make do. So speaking to tonight's meeting, this is the May 2023 meeting of ANC 1C, representing Adams Morgan. I'm Peter Wood. Let's start by introducing ourselves, excuse me. How about we go in reverse order? We have one of our newer commissioners joining us today. Both of our new commissioners, actually, this is their first full ANC meeting. So we'll start, I guess it doesn't matter each end. We'll start with 1C09 because you haven't been on a community meeting either. So
Yes.
John Jones, take it away.
Yeah, my name obviously is John Jones, and I have a distinction to have worked with the Adams Morgan organization, which, as some of you may know, was the precursor for the existence of the ANCs for the whole city. It was loosely modeled on how we had structured the Adams Morgan organization. And I go back to the late 70s, 80s, and 90s. I was a commissioner for 15 years in the city, in Adams Morgan. So, and I'm fairly well knowledgeable about some of the major issues that we have, the history of them.
Well, it's great to have you. Can you just remind everyone the specific area you represent, please?
Say that again.
Can you just remind everyone what area is 109?
109 is bounded on 16th Street. It goes down to goes south to can't think of the name where the Broderick used to be, but anyway, and Columbia Road is the north, and 17th Street is the west.
And 1C09 was a new addition to how the ANC was divided. So at least in the 21st century, you're the first ever 1C09 commissioner. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right. It looks like we have Commissioner Shapiro here as well. So we'll go down the line. Commissioner Shapiro, just quick introductions. We can get to later too. Let's go 1C07 first. We'll get back to him.
Cool. Jake Valaskini, Commissioner 1C07, which basically goes from 18th to 17th from Florida up to Columbia with a few zigs and zags here and there. I like to call it the heart of Adams Morgan.
1C06.
So Linda Laughlin, 1C06. It's the eastern side of Lanier Heights, bordering up against Harvard and Columbia Road. So I'm the neighbor across the street from our newer commissioner, John Jones. And I guess, I don't know what our nickname would be. We are the Garden District of Adams Morgan. And co-ops. We have a lot of co-ops.
1C05.
Hi, I'm Margaret Stevens. I represent 1C05, and we are the portion of Lanier Heights at the back of the zoo, bordering Rock Creek Park. And we have the famous station number 21, fire station number 21, and the kiosk and the large Ontario apartment building. And unlike John, I am very new to all of this.
Welcome.
04.
Hey, everybody. My name is Joe Van Wy. I am for the two new folks. I'm also new. This is my first term as ANC. I'm ANC 1C04, which is the northwest portion of our ANC, so 18th and Columbia, northwest of that. And I don't have a snappy nickname for us yet, but I will by the next meeting. And it's going to blow yours out of the water, Commissioner Falaskini.
The shoulder of Adams Morgan.
I think I can do better than that.
It's Peter Wood, 1C03, 18th to 19th, Biltmore, Wyoming. I like to point out that most chambers have multiple hearts, or most hearts have multiple chambers, excuse me. So this is also the heart, as far as I'm concerned. Our commissioner for 1CO2 is not able to make it tonight. He's traveling, but we have our 1CO1 commissioner. Go ahead.
Hi, Daniel Michelson Horowitz here. This is my first full commission meeting, and I'm excited to be here. I represent the district bounded by 18th Street and Columbia Road, and until it hits Connecticut, and then from Florida up to Wyoming. And I was thinking about this as you went. I'm going to go with the gateway of Adams Morgan. Yeah, also a lot of colorful older row homes. So that's sort of, traditional style. Yeah, and John, I just want to say the work of the Adams Morgan organization is legendary and inspiring. So I'm so glad you're here.
Thanks so much.
All right, so yeah, as we said, we have a quorum. So we'll begin with commissioners' reports, officer reports. Chair report, the main thing that we've discussed kind of on and off, which I think I can officially say, the Line Hotel community space, we use that for the special election for 1CO1. It's a space that is dedicated for events like ANC affairs. We're going to try it out. We have it confirmed. It's no financial cost to us, trying hybrid meetings every quarter. So I've talked to Sean. We're going to work out the kinks of the technical things. And I've talked to the line, and they've confirmed that we have at least tentatively reserved for June, September, December meetings. If the June meeting is a disaster, we can just abort the plan. But we'll try that. And we'll, of course, go with the normal alert of the neighborhood so that everyone's aware. And our current plans are to make sure that the virtual option is still there. A lot of what we do in the longer term depends on DC legislation. So that's out of our hands. It is being worked on by DC Council. We'll have to go through the mayor's office, et cetera, et cetera. The Republicans in Congress at some point will have to look at it. But as far as you can tell, in the medium to short term, we'll be able to accommodate for how we want, either virtually in person or hybrid. So we'll give it a shot. Keep everyone alert of what that is. So next on the line, we didn't, sorry, I skipped Commissioner Shapiro. So give yourself your introduction as well. And treasurer's report if you have one, please. Commissioner, can you hear us? I'll give him a text message. Commissioner Falaskini, secretary, please go ahead.
Thank you. I love that we've started all these like little terms for the single vendor districts. This is great. I'm loving it. So for the secretary's report, we in May have a similar meeting structure to past months. Tonight is the full ANC 1C meeting. On Wednesday the 10th at 7 p.m. we will have the ABC and Public Safety Committee meeting. On Wednesday the 17th at 7 p.m. We will have the Planning, Zoning, and Transportation Committee meeting. And on Wednesday the 24th at 7 p.m. All by Zoom. We will have the Public Services and the Environment Committee meeting. The 30th May is one of those weird months where we've got 5 Wednesdays in the month. So we get a break and don't have that any meetings that Wednesday, the 31st. And then we'll be back for our full ANC meeting on our next one is on June 7th. That's it for the secretary's report.
Okay, so Commissioner Shapiro is having technical issues, but we got him a new link. Also, it looks like the YouTube link, Sean, if you could send me, however possible, the correct YouTube link, I need to get that updated on the site. At least one person prefers to access via that. We'll just wait a second because the treasurer's report is important. I think he's getting connected. Okay, he's at the moment connecting. Vice Chair, you got anything for us? It's okay if you don't.
Nothing from me.
I guess just a point, and we can discuss this outside of the meeting, but we discussed it last month. We voted on 2 items to apply for funds to help get our website changed and potentially have someone do some of the odds and ends of the commission work. Commissioner Laughlin, you volunteer, but also Vice Chair. Collectively, if we could get some help, I'll reach out to you just to kind of go through the application materials, but that would be good. We have a long list of potential vendors that could do some of the work, but it's tough to go through it all. Okay, Commissioner Shapiro, you good?
Yes, I'm good, I think. My apologies. I usually sign in using the link on the website and it disappeared. The next link was for the June meeting. Okay.
I'll check that
We-
out.
Hold on a second. I'm getting an
Introduce
echo.
yourself as well, please.
There we go. There we go. All right. We are still, the only thing really we're spending money on at this point in time is Sean. We're well within our budget. What I have sent to Peter our quarterly report for the second quarter of the current fiscal year. We still have, as of 3/31, we had 11.2 in the bank. It's probably down to around 10.7 because the only expenses are a little bit less. We're for Sean, plus there was a payroll that was paid in January before we took office. And because of that, we're still paying small dribs and drabs of withholding unemployment, paid family leave, federal unemployment, but that all should be done now. And I've actually informed the CPA, Ken Waters, that we won't be having any further employees and that he should wrap it up. His expense, while very reasonable, far overshadowed having an employee on payroll. And I think we have to go to a 1099 as in a subcontractor in the future. I've also recommended to Peter that we make some changes to our budget because our budget called for 14,000 grants, which was a very significant number. And the grant requirements now are larger than they used to be. We've already done apparently one grant for 2,500, which occurred before we took office. Although it's listed in the budget as 4,000, but no one seems to be asking for the extra 1,500. Until we know what we want to do with grants, I would suggest reducing that amount to 4,000, taking 10,000 out of it, and putting basically 5,000 into other services so that we can get the administrative help, both for the website and for Peter and anybody else who needs it. Because I think that there's I think having some administrative help will make things work a lot smoother for everybody. Questions?
I have a couple comments to go with that. So our last month's meeting, we did vote to apply for 2 different types of funding. We don't necessarily know if we'll get them. One is kind of a one-time fund for technical assistance. So that would be someone that we would contract that the Office of the ANC, I believe, would pay for to, in this case, we have to get the application fully through, but migrate our website to a platform that is a bit more user intuitive. It's called Joomla, which is the backend stuff, and it's kind of old and I'm bad at it. We need someone who knows what they're doing to get it through. So hopefully that will happen. And then I'm thinking if we can get that paid for, which wouldn't be from our budget, then we could go apply for the second thing we approved last month, which is this kind of, I think is an intern type program that I think that pairs with universities. That's not paid by the city. It's recommended that we pay a stipend. So that would fit in with your recommendation for not having, for tax purposes, an employee. That is something that we'd have to vote on to have the expenditure, and that could fit in with your recommendations. We're not ready for that, so I would suggest that we just wait off, because we'd need to have it on the agenda and voted upon anyway if we make any budget changes. So we could maybe try to see if that's appropriate for June. Does that make sense? Do you think that?
Yes, it does. I knew we couldn't vote on an amendment to the budget tonight, but we can put that on for June. While the intern thing is a great idea, I think some of the things that we may want to seek administrative help for might, such as taking notes at the meeting. All right. And am I missing something that we actually, in addition to having, because we are Zoom, we still are required to have minutes of a meeting?
That would be the intention behind the internship, is someone to record the minutes, to alert before all the committee and official meetings at least a week in advance, and potentially a couple of other things like updating the website and the community alerts. Basically all the work that we've had people in the past paid to do, that at the moment Commissioner Foskini and I have been doing. Happily, it's
Y'all have been, I'm trying to save you here, Peter.
no, I'm just saying that we've accounted for that. So hopefully, because I've talked to the internship program from, I think it's ANC, their coordinator says that they try to pair with someone that would be in school long enough to not just disappear, but we're not there. And if it comes to it, we can always try to find someone that's not related to that and pay them money to do that, which was the case for like a decade. So
I think we should set a time frame on waiting for the intern.
I agree.
I just think it's unfair to you and Jake.
Let's do it 2 months ago.
Well, if I had known, I would have suggested it.
No, that's fair points. Commissioner Laughlin, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
So I mostly, and I can follow up with Commissioner Chaparro after in an email, but so we did vote last month to fund a grant for $4,000 for the food prints program. So I'm not entirely sure how we move that forward. And I can set up a time to meet later about it, but we do have that commitment. That's the only commitment so far we have on grants, and I haven't received any new grant applications for the committee to review.
I mean, if we're one of the things I suggested, we had about a $6,000 carryover from the prior year, and I was suggesting carry that same amount, a similar amount over. I was a little shocked that they didn't come and take it back from us, but they still might. But if they don't, we do have the funds and to do what I'm suggesting in the event we can't get an intern. So there's a lot of alternatives there. But the way in which our budget is structured now, and we can only spend based upon how our budget is structured, we do need to make some changes. So we can't, in other words, like if you would approve the $20,000 grant last month, that wouldn't have been valid because it wasn't in the budget. So we have to have that you have to approve expenditures that you've already budgeted for.
Right, and our limit is to 4,000. That's the most that we're going to use for. So
I think what we need to do, quite honestly, is come back in June with a new budget. And that budget could have contingencies for the internships, which would then allow us, potentially to carry over some money. I've found that the smaller grants really aren't worthwhile. And if we could do a larger grant than 4,000, I would be supportive of that. But I really do think that when you get to these smaller grants, they really aren't all that worthwhile. They're just
the organizations I've talked to probably would disagree, but that's to each.
I'm looking at what you get for your dollar.
So those are important notes. Thanks for commenting on that. Thanks, Commissioner Laughlin, as well. Always good to know what our finances are. And we'll keep that in mind this month to hopefully in June, take some sort of substantive action. Someone was kind of alluding in the comments that intern payment is important. So just speaking for myself and probably others, want to make sure that if we were to have any interns that they're paid fair wages. So that's something we'll definitely account for. That's what we want to do, is make sure that our budget can reflect that. And if it can't, we won't have the work, but I think we'll have enough to get. We paid for it before, so we can do it again.
Yes.
All right, so that is, thanks for everyone bearing with us. That was the officer comments and updates. Let's go to individual commissioners. And if you chair a committee, please make sure to mention any committee affairs. We'll start, I guess we'll do the reverse order now. Commissioner Mickelson Horowitz, you want to go first?
Nothing right now. Thanks.
Thank you. I guess that means I'm next. 1CO3. I always have like a million things, but it's springtime. There's always need for volunteers in the Colorado Park Garden and other areas. So if you want, just reach out to me, or honestly, just come by most Saturdays. And there are people who will direct you to put you to work. It is not paid, but it is fun and it's good for maintaining all of the park resources with the neighbors who put a lot of time and energy and money towards it. So that's the main thing. Budget season's also wrapping up. So everyone who kind of gave feedback on that, hopefully we have a good budget for next year. Seems like it's going to be tough, but we'll see. 1CO4, go ahead. Commissioner Van Wy.
No updates for me.
Commissioner Stevens.
Everything is really quiet. The corner there in front of Truist is looking better and better. So thank you, Kristen and D-Dot Forestry and all that. And we got it done with the tree box next to Lamont Royal. So that's done. But other than that, just nothing really good or bad.
I'm going to interject really quickly because I forgot one point that 1CO1 and 1CO3 related. The one-way conversions of Calorama and Wyoming 1800 blocks. I've never been told a date. I wasn't also told a date when the first part of kind of changing signs would happen. It has happened. They need to paint lines at some point, presumably in the next few weeks. DDOT is going to finalize that. It's anyone's guess, but there's signs in place. Besides painting lines, I think everything's pretty close to being ready to be converted. So it's been a long process. Thanks for everyone who's got it to this point, and hopefully we can see it completed.
Now they point in the same direction too.
Oh yeah, so the idea, well, we can have a longer conversation as we kind of talked about last month about the budget suggestions, but there's a pattern to traffic in the neighborhood, and hopefully this is a step in a good direction. All right, Commissioner, who are we on? Laughlin, right?
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Valskini.
Thanks. So I chair ABC committee. So next week, we actually haven't had anything come up to go onto the agenda yet for next week, except we do our monthly public safety update from Captain Hong. So that will be on the agenda, but other than that, we don't have anything else on the agenda yet. I do kind of, if any kind of emergency requests or anything like that come up in the next week, I will list them as potential agenda items, as we've been doing kind of by custom this year. And we will move to add them kind of at the last minute if needed, if it's something that's like more urgent for one of the businesses. The only other update for my SMD is that we had a really great meeting with DPR. Many of the commissioners were there. I think like 5 of us were at the DPR meeting on Monday evening. And I want to just walk through a couple of the updates that we got from DPR on Ann Hargrove Park, Calorama Park, and also Unity Park, because I don't think that we have a DPR representative here this evening. So just real quickly, and I don't want to like upstage anyone, and everyone's been very involved in this, but here are some of the updates. That for Ann Hargrove Park, a project manager has been assigned. Her name is Taylor Jones. Her email is Taylor, TAYLR.Jones@dc.gov. She's going to be ushering through the process for both Ann Hargrove Park and also Unity Park. The contract has been assigned to Chiaramonte Construction, and they're the ones that are going to be working on the updates to both Ann Hargrove and also Unity Park. It'll be a different construction team for the updates at Calorama. The Ann Hargrove Park is going to be $100,000 in updates. They're mostly going to be changes to bring it up to ADA compliance, fix brickwork, and update the water fountain. They're also going to plant 4 to 5 new trees, 2 framing each of the 2 entrances, and also 1 on the north side of the park. No plan yet as to like any specific design specs, but it should be submitted out to the neighborhood within the next month or so. Then the permitting process, then it'll be community feedback. Permitting process will take place after that. Hopefully that will happen by the summer. And then the hope is that the construction will actually take place in the fall and winter to be completed by January 2024. We all know that these timelines slip. And so I think realistically, the community should set its expectations on this time next year, this work actually being done. Similar sort of timeline for Unity Park construction. That also is $100,000 in repair. The plan is to do flexi paves that it will last a lot longer. The plan is to resurface and to go down about 2 to 3 inches below the kind of current surface level to rip out all of that like terrible groundwork there and to replace it with a upgraded and updated flexi pave system. And again, we might need to temporarily relocate the farmers market for 2 to 3 weeks during the construction period. Again, $100,000 for that work. And again, late summer to winter sort of timeline for actually getting this from permitting through to build. But again, deadline slip. And so we're probably looking at this being completed by about this time next year is my guess. At Kalorama Park, most of the work that's being done there is hiring a stormwater civil engineering firm to look into the water runoff that is eroding much of the sidewalking down to the street level on the west side of Kalorama Park. So that's where the vast majority of this work is going to get done. It's very expensive to do stormwater runoff, especially with parks with mature trees, because they have to be very careful about how they do it. And they are going to be very careful with the trees that are there so that they don't damage them. As the project manager said, they'd rather cut off their own arm than to cut down one of the trees, which I really appreciated that response. And the budget there for the work is going to be about $300,000 to $350,000 for all of those updates and upgrades at Kalorama Park. That's what we got. If you have any more questions, you should feel free to email Chris at DPR. He is their external affairs person. And I will try to look for his email real quick and drop it into the chat so everybody has it. And those are my only updates. Sorry, that took a while, but I just wanted to get everybody up to speed on that.
Thank you for doing that.
I'm confused. Where is the Ann Hargrove Park?
It's immediately adjacent to Kalorama Park, so it's bound by Kalorama 19th Columbia. It's across the street from the 7-Eleven that is right by the promenade. It's a very small park.
It's like a little triangle park. There's a bus stop next to it. It's like a little triangle. I had to look it up on Google. I looked it up. Yeah, but it is right next to Kalorama Park, and it's like a little triangle.
Columbia is bound by Columbia Road and
It's slightly bigger than the triangle that's in front of 7-Eleven.
oh,
Yeah.
The Gabonese embassy. It's got a non-working drinking fountain
And
some
benches in the inside. It's like a bunch of benches on the inside and bushes on the outside.
okay, all right.
All right, thank you. Once you Commissioner Shapiro, you have anything to share?
Oh, yes. I've been trying to work with DDOT to solve some minor problems, and I don't know if y'all have had as much reticence, just literally getting them out here, getting them out of their offices. I mean, these are literally minor problems. And the irony is that there's on Belmont Street, there's about 20 yards that is two-way, and otherwise at 16th and Belmont, it's one way. And the irony is that there have been several accidents, and I still can't get DDOT to respond. So we'll see if I have any more luck in the next week or so. I always hate to take things up a level to the council member or even to the mayor's office, because there's somebody not doing the job over at DDOT.
I actually contacted the director and I got a result. I got an ADA parking space for Joseph's house. So I would actually contact him and he was very, very nice.
I
And
will.
he got it done.
I will. Thank you very much. I'll handle it that way. That's about it, other than people screaming about what we're going to talk about later on U Street.
Thanks so much. Commissioner Jones, any updates in your fresh?
No, as a matter of fact, as you know, the process of filling the seat was torturous, to say the least. And we only had a short amount of time, and not all the neighbors were made aware of what was going on. So what I want to do is work with my building and the new building on Columbia Road and the Dorchester House, and probably within the next 2 weeks, bring them down to the community centers and their buildings, make them aware of what an ANC commission is all about, and let them know that I'm the commissioner. So I'm going to take that effort to make it. But other than that, I don't have any updates or anything like that.
No, that's important work. I know some of us have done that in the past, and myself as well. I mean, there's no easy way to getting people from the community to be regularly in touch. It's an
I
art.
remember when I was with the Adams Morgan organization, and we chopped the neighborhood up like the ANC does, and we had people who were voted into positions on the ANC and the ANC, the Adams Morgan organization, and we had collective meetings where we discussed the neighborhood. We also had at-large seats because we had problems getting the Latino community involved because they were scared that the agents would come after them. So we had to make special effort to get all of the people in the neighborhood involved in what ANCs do.
No, those are good points. So kind of related, foreshadowing the rest of tonight's meeting. We always try to collectively hear from as many people as possible. So if you think of new ways that would be more effective,
Right.
getting you and others, attendees, I'm speaking to you, to be aware of what we're doing, please share those. Our intention is to make that easy, not hard. So if it's hard, it's not for lack of trying. It's just because the world's difficult.
Right.
Also, specifically, the YouTube link isn't working. I'm aware of that. We're working on getting it fixed. But anyone who's accessing or planning to access via YouTube, thank you for your patience. All right, so we got through introductions and notes. So let's see, where are we next? So we first have a guest report from, or presentation, excuse me, from the DC Sentencing Commission on their 2022 annual report. So I forget who, we have a couple people, I believe. If you just raise your hands, we'll get you promoted so you can speak. I think one is Brittany and the other is, okay, there we go.
Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry. I almost had a little technical delay.
Very good. Thanks for waiting.
No problem.
Well,
And this
floor
is
is
my
yours.
lovely. I'm going to bring the PowerPoint up quickly, but thank you so much for the opportunity to engage.
It's our pleasure.
Okay, can you see my screen? Good to go. Okay. So again, thank you so much, commissioners, for the opportunity to present. Hello, ANC 1C community members. My name is Brittany Bunch, and I'm the outreach specialist with the DC Sentencing Commission. And I'm joined by the commission's attorney advisor, Megan Buckley. Megan, you want to wave? I know we already said our informal hellos, but she'll be here to answer any questions in regards to the guidelines as well. And today we will be providing a high-level overview of our 2022 annual report, as well as sharing some of our services and how you can stay connected with the commission. So the DC Sentencing Commission's mission is to implement, monitor, and support the district's voluntary sentencing guidelines. We also strive to promote fair and consistent sentencing policies. We look to increase the public's understanding of sentencing policies and practices, and we evaluate the effectiveness of our guideline system in order to recommend changes that are based on actual sentencing and corrections practice and research. So just a quick overview of our membership. We are composed of about 17 members, 12 that are voting and 5 that are non-voting, that represent a wide array of criminal justice entities of the district. We have representation from United States Attorney's Office, from DC courts, as well as non-voting membership from Metropolitan Police Department. And we have a small staff, small but mighty, of 9 staff members. So just a quick look at our services. We do provide felony sentencing policy recommendation to the council. We monitor and assist with the application of the DC voluntary sentencing guidelines. We do a wealth of research in regards to adult felony sentencing trends in the district, and we also take requests from the public. If you would like to request data from us, we do that. As well as we do outreach and education through events such as this and more specialized training. So if you would like to have a training such as this or something a little bit more specialized, we can do that. As well as we ensure that our website and social medias are up to date with updates. So to learn more about our history, we do have a YouTube channel where we go into depth in regards to how the commission was created, as well as how the DC voluntary sentencing guidelines came about. So this is just a look at the grids that help judges with imposing sentences, but there is a full manual. On June 14, 2004, DC Superior Courts began imposing sentences under the DC voluntary sentencing guidelines for all felony offenses. I'm going to turn my laser on. The guidelines recommend the length of sentence, as we can see here in the boxes, as well as the type of sentence, as we can see kind of outlined and described here in the shaded areas. The guidelines impose sentences that take into consideration the severity of the offense, as we see along the y-axis, as well as the criminal history of the individual being sentenced across the top, as well as other factors of the case. For more information on that, we do have a 2-part series in regards to how the guidelines are applied on our YouTube, and of course, I'll provide a link for that. So before we get started, just a few frequently asked questions just to provide a little clarity. So the DC Sentencing Commission oversees the DC voluntary sentencing guidelines, which is more so focused in on DC laws, whereas the US Sentencing Commission oversees the federal sentencing guidelines, which focuses in on federal law. The guidelines are voluntary, which means that judges are not required to use them, but judges are required to impose a legal sentence. And lastly, the DC voluntary sentencing guidelines only apply to adult felony offenses. So they do not apply to misdemeanor offenses, and they do not apply to juvenile adjudications. So now for what we came here for, some of our facts from our 2022 annual report. I have to put this note here because when you're viewing this data in this high-level overview, as well as if you want to take a look at our full report, the effect of COVID-19 must be considered when comparing data collected in the years 2020 through 2022 to prior years. Also in the report, you may notice an increase in the overall statistics in comparison to 2020 and 2021. This is reflective of the Superior Court returning to its normal operating status. In 2022, the court was not only processing new cases, but also the backlog of cases, they addressed that, had accumulated over 2020 to 2021 timeframe. The court continues to work towards regaining normal operations. So the first stat we'll take a look at is adult felony disposition types at a case level in 2022, and that's basically looking at how these cases were resolved. So of the 1,202 cases sentenced, there was 96.8% of all cases sentenced in 2022 were resolved via a plea agreement, followed by jury trials at 3% and bench trials at under 1%. There was a slight decrease in plea agreements from 2021 to 2022. However, it is still consistent with the past 8 years of data, which shows at least 90% of cases being resolved via plea agreement. Next, we'll take a look at adult felony sentences by sentence type at a count level in 2022. There were a total of 1,521 adult felony count sentenced. Sentences as 2022 broke down as follows. 56% of sentenced individuals received a prison sentence, 27% received a probation sentence, and 17% received a short split sentence. And basically a short split is where a small portion of the sentence is served in prison and the remainder of the sentence is suspended. Next, we will take a look at adult felony sentencing distributions by offense at a count level. Of the 1,521 felony counts sentenced in 2022, 93% were for non-drug offenses, and 74% of the offenses represented violent and weapon offenses. So next up, we'll take a look at our judicial compliance rate in 2022. We monitor judicial compliance of the guidelines in two ways. So the first way we look at it is in the box compliance, which means judges impose a sentence within the recommended range and type we set based on an individual's criminal history score, as I showed before, and the severity of the offense. The second way we look at it is that we look at overall compliance, which not only looks at the factors that I just mentioned, but also consider other things. So you may see a sentence that is below our recommended range, but is still considered compliant. A factor that we may take into consideration regarding that is, if the defendant in this case was being coerced into doing the illegal act, or you may see a sentence that is above our recommendation, but is still compliant. And that reason for that could be because the victim in this case experienced life-altering harm to their body or extreme bodily harm. So with this in mind, these two factors in mind, 91.6% of all felonies sentenced fell within the guidelines of recommended sentencing type and range, AKA in the box, and 97.3% of all felony sentences were compliant with the guidelines. So taking a look at adult felony sentencing age demographics at a case level in 2020, 82% of individuals who were sentenced to prison were under the age of 41. Lastly, adult felony weapons and violent offense sentencing trends at a count level in 2022. In 2022, carrying a pistol without a license and unlawful possession of a firearm with a prior felony made up 83% of the counts sentenced in the weapons offense category. And assault with a deadly weapon and robbery represented 70% of the sentences in the violent offense category. This is not the sum total of the facts that are in the report. There's a lot of amazing things in it, and I would love for everyone to read that. But this is just a high level overview. If you want to learn more about the commission, we always encourage feedback in regards to the guidelines. So I'll provide a link for interested community members. If you have thoughts in regards to its structure, we always take feedback. We also have monthly meetings every third Tuesday of the month at 5 p.m. So if you would like to attend, it is open to the public and we do host it via WebEx. We do have a YouTube channel, which I've been kind of plugging in there, where we go into our services, but also just the history and the application of the guidelines. We do have a new Instagram account, so do follow us there. You get to see a little bit of my graphic work there. And we do have 2 publications coming out. The biannual newsletter, which we call the Commission Chronicle, and our next 2023 guidelines manual comes out towards the end of the summer. So if you would like to get in contact with me or Megan to schedule a training or a presentation for your community, or if you would like for us to set up a table, or if you just have questions in regards to the guidelines, you can always reach out to us. And this is our contact information. I'll put it in the chat as well. And here is just some of our social media tags, our general phone number, email, and our website for you to take a look at some of our publications. I will put in the chat box also an email, a link to our email list so that those that would like to be a part of it and stay up to date, I will put you onto that. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to engage with the community, and I will open the floor up for questions.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I saw Commissioner Shapiro, you had your hand up.
Yeah,
there.
I've got a couple of quick questions for you. When you look at sentencing, from a judge, does that include sentencing that's as a result of a plea bargain? Hello?
Oh, maybe you're,
One's having technical issues, don't know who. Can you ask that again, Commissioner?
All right, when you look at sentencing as it relates to a felony, is it based upon sentences that purely come from a judge, or is it based upon sentences that a judge imposes as a result of a plea bargain?
we look at the full spectrum. So we look at bench trials, we look at jury trials, and we look at plea bargains.
All right. And do you track the percentages of discrepancies in the guidelines by individual judges and by individual United States attorneys or the AG as they relate to the guidelines? In other words, can we get a published list of what judges are going below or above the guidelines?
We do not provide that information.
Is there any reason that couldn't be done? It seems.
I'm not sure of the reason behind that, but I know that we can't do that at the moment.
Right. Last question. On the Sentencing Commission, are there any?
Hold on
Mr. Bishop.
one second, Megan, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I had to switch to my AirPods. I truly apologize. I just want to go back to, I'm happy to answer both of the questions, but in regards to the judges, we just do not track that way. We track by the actual sentences imposed. So we do track how many are deviations, whether it's just a mitigating aggravating factor or whether they entirely do not follow what the guidelines recommendation is. And we do delve into those deeper in the annual report. So we do track the individual sentences that do vary and by how much from the guidelines recommendation for that case.
But not by judge
No, not by judge.
or U.S. attorney.
No, we don't go by U.S. attorney, but I would also say sometimes in cases it may not, who offers takes the plea that day or for the U.S. attorney's office might sub in. So I'm not, to be frank, I'm not sure that would be always reliable information of, who ultimately had prosecuted and made certain decisions. But no, we don't keep track of that information.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Anyone in the committee have any questions or comments to share? I have one. This is a big question, so answer it as briefly as you want, because it could be big, but sentencing and just the general criminal code for DC has been obviously a hot topic issue in DC for the last few months. How has that affected your office and just kind of the general outlook of, I don't know, the rest of the calendar year or something? What do you expect in terms of the challenges and opportunities for dealing with DC's criminal struggles? And specifically, what can ANCs, what would you recommend ANCs do or not do to be involved in that process?
So if your question is regarding to the change and the shift from no longer, moving forward with the revised criminal code, at least at this time, our office was, I can say, in preparations to plan for it, because it was I don't know how familiar everyone is, but a significant overhaul of the system. And just as part of the trainings we would give, we would obviously have to update our own trainings, our own manual. So we've shifted, but are still looking every day at overall considerations for the guidelines, whether there are changes that need to be made and updated. The revised criminal code is not the only reason to potentially change something that might need to be updated. So on an everyday level, we may not be having that direct goal to be reaching towards, but it's still something we are working towards, and obviously paying attention in the news if something does shift in the district and there's another movement towards revising the code, because ultimately our recommendations are for what is enacted at that time. So until something is approved, we can't shift our policy because we don't know. We'd just be predicting.
Yeah, that's frustrating, I'm sure. But
We're all figuring it out as we go. It's the interesting part of working and living in DC is, Congress has a say in the legislation.
it is interesting. So thank you for that answer. Any other things for commissioners? Well, thank you so much for coming tonight. It was a real pleasure to hear from you. Have a good evening.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I'm going to send you, Peter, the link. I'm having a little trouble copying some of our information in the chat box. I'm going to send that to you via email. If possible, could you circulate it to the community and the commissioners?
We'll do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda, I believe Councilmember Nadeau is here to give kind of an overview of where the budget process stands at this point and how it affects Ward 1 and Adams Morgan in particular. So welcome, Councilmember. When I believe you're hearing me, you're not on the panelists yet. There we go. Take it away. Welcome.
Commissioners, I am coming to you from just one room away from the ongoing budget deliberations here tonight. Thank you for letting me invite myself to your meeting tonight so that I could give you sort of the breaking news and some places, to be honest, where the community can be advocating, because we are far from done and there are opportunities here. I know you have a whole agenda here, and I want to just give you some top lines on what's gone on so far. Where we are in the budget process. 6 weeks ago, the mayor sent down her budget to the council. We then subsequently had oversight hearings, and last week marked up our committee budgets. And today the council is meeting since 9:30 this morning and still going to discuss what the committees did and the remaining priorities that we need to fund. I am the chair of the Public Works and Operations Committee. That's DPW, that's Department for Hire Vehicles, Office of Administrative Hearings, Office of Human Rights, Office of LGBTQ Affairs, Veterans Affairs, Religious Affairs. Our recommendations to the full council for changes from the mayor's budget for the portion of the budget that I have oversight of was to restore a number of cuts that the mayor made, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. So let me just note, I was not thrilled about the budget when it first came to us. It's certainly a lean year for revenue, leaner than it has been in the past. But our revenues have not decreased. They've just not risen as fast as we thought they would. The mayor also completely defunded quite a few things that council members had approved, and most of them things we had approved unanimously. We've gone back, and many of us have tried to restore those cuts. It's tough because when she makes a cut, she spreads all the money around. An example, we had captured revenue from the future installation of automated traffic enforcement, and that was supposed to be dedicated to pedestrian safety. And instead that is now spread around. That money is now spread around and those programs are not funded. A common theme in this budget is good governance. Many of the committee's recommendations, my committee's recommendations, are largely based on identifying inefficient or wasteful spending and reallocating those funds to the most important priorities of district residents. So in DPW, I restored agency positions for several important services, including parking enforcement, towing, and booting that were cut by the mayor. Also other positions in DPW for things like trash pickup and sweep inspectors. Those are the people in each ward that go around and deal with illegal dumping, and they investigate and they issue tickets and get it cleaned up. It's a big issue in Ward 1. All told, there were 90 cuts to the public works budget. And the director was very clear that if we let those stand, that the residents would see services suffer. So I was able to restore more than 50 of those with some creative budgeting that I'll tell you about later. I was able to put almost $1 million into the self-release booting pilot at DPW. I understand that the RFP just went out on the street, and that's going to allow us to boot more vehicles that are in violation of our laws. I also had to restore funding for the public restroom initiative, which she completely wiped. What I decided to do was actually move it to my committee altogether, because the agency that it had been situated with was a completely unhelpful partner. And so now DPW has it, and they're already excited to work with me on it. And we're going to be able to do 4 public restrooms citywide, but I actually think if we can get some momentum, we'll be able to expand that through various initiatives sooner rather than later. I'm also in my budget piloting the new Clean Curbs program, to collect trash through shared containers as an alternative to homes serviced by front of home pickup. We're going to do about 150 households to start. This is New York is already doing this. Essentially, there are curbside containers that residents have their own code to get into. Instead of putting it in a can in your front yard, you walk it down and you put it at the curb inside these containers, and then it gets picked up on a day that is scheduled. And then you don't have to worry about dragging a cart out, dragging it back in, whether those carts are in the way of people trying to get around and ADA compliance, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm excited about trying that out. I was able to, in my committee, commit nearly $4.5 million for public safety in the ward, including additional violence interrupters, domestic violence training, substance use disorder services, and outreach, and safety ambassadors. I was able to fund housing vouchers for returning citizens. I added money to emergency rental assistance programs. I added funds to support kids aging out of foster care as they head out into the world. A number of positions in the Office of Human Rights, funds. I funded the costs for the implementation of the street vendor law that we just passed. And restored the free overnight bus program, which we were planning to implement this year, but was cut by the mayor. Let's see. In 1C in particular, $250,000 to the new Safe Commercial Corridors program that will go to Adams Morgan to support the hiring of additional safety ambassadors with the bid. Funding for streeteries to, make them beautiful and permanent. And also noting, this is a big issue, I know, for the ANC and the community. We still have not found the funding for circulator restoration. It came up a number of times today with my colleagues. I reiterated, especially with the usage and the need in Adams Morgan, that we absolutely have to find the funding to restore it. Just to be clear, the mayor cut all the circulator lines. The least expensive one over in Capitol Hill has been restored so far. And we need the one in Adams Morgan to still be restored. This is something that it's really important at this moment in the budget process for residents to reach out to the council chairman, Phil Mendelson, and voice your concern about these cuts and request that he restore the funding. At this point, he is the only one who can do that. And today's meeting has been all about making sure that we are talking about what our priorities are, so he knows when he puts pencil to paper in the next 2 weeks what we want to see funded. It's not the end of the conversation from me to him, but you are his constituents, and he needs to hear from you on this as a priority. We also funded the local resident voting rights bill. We restored funding to domestic violence survivor services. We restored cuts to school budgets, including Marie Reed, which was going to have to cut a number of positions. We are improving the pipeline for social workers and case managers to help across all of government, especially in human services. But for example, these are the people in our school-based mental health program. We have funding, but not enough people to fill those slots. We're still working on more funding for emergency rental assistance. We're still working on addressing rent increases that have just happened, or just kicked in this month. Try to figure out if we can still cap those in the FY23 budget and the supplemental there. And we're still trying to restore funding for excluded workers and still try to find flexible scheduling funding for teachers, which is a big retention piece that we're working on. And that's the update on the budget. And I'm going to stop there because, like I said, I invited myself, and you may have questions, but you also may just want to get on with your agenda. So thank you. I'll be happy to follow your lead on that.
I really appreciate the item by item breakdown. I know you among your colleagues have all been busy, so we appreciate it. We also sent you quite a bit of requests in the last couple of weeks. So some of them I think were already filled. Some of them it seems like you're getting filled. The circulator, we passed a resolution as well last month. Yeah, so we've done that, but it's like, as you said, constituents can definitely still be involved in the process. Reach out to Councilmember Mendelson. We'll see where that goes. Any questions, commissioners, on any of the items that were or were not addressed? Anyone in the community? I will point out, if you have questions about items on our agenda and not particular to the DC fiscal year 24 budget, the time to bring those up is later. Commissioner Shapiro, go ahead.
Quick question for you. It does sound as if the mayor has sent you over a litany of cuts that are not to government, but to services. And that it seems that she's almost setting you up to ask for a tax increase. That's what it sounds to me like.
You know, interestingly, I have gotten pretty creative at generating revenue over the years. And so for those of you who are nerdy like this and would like to understand a few of my tricks, this time what I did was I went to the Office of Revenue Analysis at the CFO here, and I said, I would like you to tell me how much money how much revenue we would generate if I added in a certain number of parking enforcement officers. And they said, okay. And I honestly wasn't sure if they were going to certify that revenue for me, but they did. They agreed that adding parking enforcement officers to our personnel roles increases revenue. So that was one way that I was able to close some of the budget gaps. Another thing that I did with some creative sort of good government side budgeting is I converted overtime funds into full-time equivalents. We know that relying on overtime is not a best practice in any business, but especially in government. We want workers to have work-life balance, and also we don't want to spend more than we should on personnel when we could just be hiring enough people to do the job. So what we did was we actually converted a large number of about 80% of the overtime budget into full-time equivalents. And as you might imagine, the mayor is pushing back on that, but the office of the CFO said that it was totally allowable. And so that was another way. The other thing we did to generate revenue in my budget is we are implementing a $2 surcharge on Lyft and Uber that goes downtown and returns from downtown at certain times of day. So if you are taking an Uber or a Lyft downtown between 9 and noon, 7 a.m. and noon, in this scenario, you'd pay $2 extra. If you're taking a Lyft or Uber from downtown from noon to 7 p.m., in this scenario, you'd pay $2 extra. And this is meant to do a few things. One, it's meant to address very real congestion that has emerged post-pandemic that has largely been driven by Uber and Lyft. And we have the data on this. My committee oversees the Department of For Hire Vehicles. And while, to be honest with you, I'd be pleased to impose this type of charge citywide for all vehicles coming in and out of the central business district, I don't have that authority in my committee. But I do have the data and authority in my committee to do this with rideshare. And we do know that they are a large portion of the vehicles that are creating that congestion, and that they have heavily cannibalized transit use since the beginning of the pandemic, heavily. And with that surcharge, we are actually funding overnight bus routes, 12 priority bus routes. You know, one of our beloved business owners who we've been talking a lot about lately, Ariane Bennett, because of the closure of her business. Back in the day, we talked a lot about this issue because she would have employees working late night who couldn't figure out how to get home. And at one point she told me she found employees who have been slept over at the shop because they couldn't find a way to get home. Having bus that runs through the night means that our workers, our residents, everyone who needs to can get home on transit reliably. There'll be less than 20-minute headways on these routes based on this funding. And it's a really big deal. It's also like, this is what a world-class city should be doing. So those were my 3 revenue raisers in my committee. I don't think there's an appetite to raise taxes this year, although I am kind of like the chief tax raiser. I'm the tax raiser in chief around here. And so you just, don't sleep on that with me around, but it could happen, but probably not this year.
Thanks so much. A couple items. One might be what the hand raise is for, and the other is something else. Streeteries, could you just expand briefly just what the funding is? Where exactly is that covering multiple locations, just a specific area?
So it's a DDOT fund. It's citywide. Kristen and I have been on a couple of emails about this this week. And I believe my understanding is that there may be sort of like a handshake agreement for a lot of these funds to go to Adams Morgan and Mount Pleasant. That's not explicitly written in the statute. What we did was approve the program and the funding that the mayor sent down. So council's retained that funding. And it should be available in the places that DDOT has said to the businesses that it will be available.
Okay, thank you. And the second item, you mentioned it briefly as well, domestic violence support for survivors. How's that going? I haven't been counting votes, but it seems like there has been support. I testified housing is one of the main things. How's that going?
A lot of us have pitched in to fill the gap on domestic violence funding. I sent some money. I know Councilmember Pinto has been sending money, and it's always shocking to see cuts to things like that because we think of them as so essential and so important. Victim services in general tend to take big hits in Bowser budgets, and so council finds ourselves scrambling to address that. And one of the challenges too is we know victims often, there's a cycle of violence. Victims become perpetrators and vice versa. And so it really is important to ensure that when it comes to public safety and human services, we're really funding all of these things. So it was a significant cut, and we've done a good job thus far of restoring those.
I'm glad to hear that. I mean, there's a lot of issues. You've touched on a lot of them. That's one of the ones where budget cuts will kill people. People will die. So I'm glad to hear that there's some progress. Any other questions? Ms. Barden, Kristen, you're here. You have your hand still up. Something else you wanted to cover?
No, but I do appreciate the line items you ran down to us.
Kristen, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
okay, sure. I just was waiting for Commissioner Jones. The streeteries, still not clear to me sort of how that's going to be structured, but we can probably talk offline. I'm just a little bit concerned if it's 800,000 citywide, that's really not significant to make much of an impact if they're going to distribute it in small little $5,000 grants. So, and I know the goal is to help businesses come into compliance with the new regs that are going to come out this spring. And a lot of them are going to have to make, pretty dramatic changes to the, structures or add deck over to become ADA compliant. So there's going to be a lot of expenses. So I'm just hopeful that funding is significant.
Yeah, like I said, you've been in conversations directly with DDOT. It's their program and their funding. We have not diminished it at all. And I'm hoping it goes exactly where it needs to, but I think we should just remain in conversation with DDOT on that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mickelson-Horowitz, go ahead.
Affordable housing is going to be a big point of discussion tonight. Is the issue of TOPA rights and tax abatements for downtown conversions part of the budget discussion, or is that a separate process?
Oh, yeah.
And, in terms of keeping revenue in the district, I'm concerned about anything that waters down TOPA rights or gives away our taxes to developers.
Yeah, and for those that don't live on Twitter, you may not have seen my zingers from that discussion earlier today. But I mean, I came out very strong opposing any reduction of TOPA rights. TOPA is a right. It's not an incentive. It's not a benefit. It's a right that we have enshrined in law, and there should not be exceptions for that. And I was very clear about that with my colleagues today. Now, whatever comes through this budget process is going to be in the budget. I'm not going to vote against the budget, but, we are going to keep pushing on this because there seems to be this attitude that, well, if we want to incent building downtown, we've got to create these carve outs. Well, I don't think we need to revitalize downtown on the backs of tenants and workers, because the other carve out is for first source hiring. So two committees have worked on this, and they sort of have come up with competing proposals. So I just wanted to insert my opinion on that in the discussion, which is that neither is where it should be. I'm still concerned about that. So I would again urge constituents who are concerned about TOPA rights not being included in tax abatements downtown for new build, to write to the chairman about this as well, because they're poised to make those exceptions right now.
And you said there's no real opportunity at this moment to make the tax code more progressive this year to fill in some of the
Right.
gaps.
Right, but remember, we do have the tax revision commission meeting right now, and if you want, you can get on their website and on their email list and get hooked up with their public meetings and hear about the discussion there. I've given some clear directives to them on things that I want to see, including I don't want them to come back with the doomsday scenario of every tax is forcing people to move out of the city, because those things don't tend to bear out, and they seem to be overhyped and untrue based on what we're actually seeing in the District of Columbia. So, you know, I've got my opinions on that, as you might expect.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fauskini, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, council member, for all that you're doing for the neighborhood and for the ward. We know you're working hard and we really appreciate it. So many of these important funding items that you brought back into the budget are really going to serve the neighborhood. It is disappointing the circulator route still kind of being on the chopping block. And I think that's just a call to action for everyone who's on this call tonight. To send an email to your neighbors, to let folks know you got to email Chairman Mendelson, and I will email tonight and let him know and send him the resolution that we passed as a commission last month, saying that we oppose cutting the circulator route and lift that back up, but I encourage everyone else to do so as well. I wanted to address one issue that worked its way into the chat, but also I've seen it on the neighborhood listserv today. There's a rumor circulating that part of the development at 17th and U is a secret plot by you to also move the police station from 17th and U, even though that's explicitly not in the set down report. You have explicitly said that you want those services to be kept at that location. And so I would just hope that you could address that issue right now and nip that rumor in the bud, so it hopefully goes away.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any plans to move MPD. If they move, it would be because they want to. And let me say too, you know, one of the requirements of a headquarters, a district headquarters, is a lot of parking. And there aren't a lot of sites in the 3rd district that offer that. I know, actually, to be honest with you, they have looked around over the years. They have considered other sites that would be more central to the 3rd district, because, as you know, it's kind of upper north part of the district. And I don't think they've found other government sites that meet their needs. So my understanding is they have no reason to move. Nobody's asking them to move. If they do want to move, I'm sure we'll all find out about it at the same time. But right now, the proposals need to include police and fire returning. And my hope is also public library services and a whole mess of affordable housing and other housing at other income levels that we really need in the corridor. So I know the ANC is doing work on that, both 1C and 1B. And we look forward to continuing that public process as it goes. There is not money budgeted for the library yet, but we're still working on that and still hopeful.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions for the council member? Really appreciate the breakdown. Get back at it. Get to the other room. Sorry to do
Yeah,
this.
thank you so much. Hope to come back and be with you all soon. And I truly appreciate the dialogue. Feel free to follow up with any other questions or concerns.
Have a good evening. Thank you so much.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving along the agenda. If it comes to a point later in the evening between items, if it seems like a 5-minute break is useful, we could do that. But now is the time for public comments. I will point out a couple of things. If you are here to address a specific item on tonight's agenda and not general praises and or grievances, this is not the time to do that. You'll have an opportunity to do that when we specifically address agenda items. There's 1 to 2 that I think probably will generate some interest in commenting. So just making sure that's clear. And then related to that, just a reminder, we follow Robert's Rules of Order. We address issues and not people. We follow decorum. We're allowed to disagree, but we're not here to be venomous. So if that happens, I will curtail it. And also there's time restraints. Try to be flexible with it to just let people have their 2 cents. But if people are getting over 2 or 3 minutes and don't see an end in sight, I will politely interrupt and ask you to wrap up your thoughts. That goes for the chat as well. Please keep it civil in the chat. ANC has instructed us, or at least told me, that they suggest not having the chat activated for these meetings. We do it as a courtesy. Please don't abuse that courtesy. It can be taken away. And I don't want to do that. But all right, I said my spiel. Those in the community that have thoughts, comments to share, let's jump at it. I believe we'll start with those who are from DC government adjacent organizations. Kristen Barton from the BID, please go ahead. Welcome back.
All right. I think, yeah, there I am. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So busy spring we're going to have with lots of events. But I wanted to also update you on the pedestrian zone and where we are with the purchase of some kind of street closure system. So so we are gonna get more funding this year from the Office of Planning through the Streets for the People grant. Yay! Not as much as last year, but that's okay. Hang on just a second. I have a buzzer going off. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. We'll see if it's more than a few seconds. And if it does, we'll switch people.
Can we use this time to celebrate? Yay, Streets for the People.
Let's not be premature.
Okay, I'm back. So yes, so we're going to get additional money. We don't have the grant agreement yet, but it's probably going to be about $75,000, which will enable us to do probably 3 street closures. So we are hopeful that we'll be able to close the street for September 10th for Adams Morgan Day Festival. Yay. That's not our event, but we do help support them, and we're always there, but we don't organize it. But it looks like we'll be able to get permission to close the street for that Sunday. And then the second date would be our fall Porch Fest. Normally that would be on the first Saturday in October, which is October 7th. We will move it this year to October 14th because the Open Streets event that is on Georgia Avenue on October 7th will prevent us from actually doing our event as a street closure event. So the second street closure would be October 14th for our fall Porch Fest. And then the third street closure, we're playing around with doing it in July, towards the end of July, to have a more of a Taste of Adams Morgan kind of event. So, so look for more details about that. But we think we'll be able to do 3 street closure events, but we really want them to be themed and be part of our, regular event programming. So not one-off events. So because we think they'll be more successful if they're, if there's more people coming. So that's the good news there. And the other thing is we've applied to DC government to their special events fund. So hopefully we'll get a lot of the expensive parts of the street closure, like the traffic control officers and MPD and the dump trucks. We'll get all of that paid for by the special events fund. So that'll mean more of the 75,000 will go for programming for the events, which is the fun part. The barrier system that we are still waiting to permit, and we still have the funds from the Office of Planning for that, is what they're suggesting that we do now as kind of a pilot is to rent some equipment that we've seen demos of. So Capital One Arena on F Street is also looking to purchase or rent some street closure barriers. Right now they use all MPD vehicles and personnel, and they close F Street, 200 and some odd days a year. So we're hopeful that that this pilot, if we rented some, equipment and did some demos as part of our pedestrian zone, that would encourage MPD and DDOT to approve a system. So you will probably see at our pedestrian zones this fall and summer, you'll probably see both MPD and some kind of street closure barrier system in place as we do this as a pilot. More to come. And we're also going to be restarting the advisory committee. So those of you who were on it last year and who want to continue to be on it, you'll see an email from us hopefully tomorrow. So great, Jake. Yeah, glad you want to continue on that. So this spring, we're getting ready for Bike to Work Day. I have some, hopefully you can see this. I have some visuals to help me out tonight. So May 19th, Bike to Work Day in Unity Park. I think, Jake, you already said you'd like to volunteer with us that morning. We'd love to have more volunteers, commissioners, and people from the Adams Morgan community. It's an early morning. We start setting up about 6 a.m. Our pit stop runs from 7:30 to 9:30, and we'll have bagels and coffee and stuff, as well as free t-shirts for everyone that signs up to participate. You'll get a free t-shirt that morning. It's a really fun event. It brings in hundreds and hundreds of people biking to work. So it's a great outreach event, and it's a lot of fun. So and then the Admiral Art Walk, we just wrapped that up at the end of April. Huge success. We got a lot of earned media from it. I think hopefully some of you saw the art in the business windows. We're going to continue to partner with DC Arts Center on that. Drag story time. I have another visual aid. Starts this shoot, I don't know if this is going to work. This Sunday. So it's going to be May 7th, and this is at 11 a.m. in Unity Park. And then they will continue after that on the last Sunday of the month. So June 25th, July 30th, August 27th, September 24th, and October 29th. So this month it's a little off, but the rest of the months will be the last Sunday. So please join us for Drag Story Time in Unity Park, Sunday at 11. And then we also have Spring Porch Fest. This is our new poster for Spring Porch Fest. And that is going to be Saturday, May 20th. It will not have a street closure associated with it. It'll be a regular Porch Fest event from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. We have about 18 locations and 70 some bands performing. So there'll be a schedule coming out in another week or two, I think, as we finalize that. And then movie nights. Our movie nights this year are all comedies. And so the theme is Adams Morgan is a joke. And you'll start to see banners and posters go up for movie nights. They start on May 23rd. And they're all Tuesday nights. And we're doing 6 movies this year. The People's Choice turned out to be Bridesmaids. And we also have Shrek that we're showing for families. And on the evening of Shrek, there'll be a lot of other fun family activities as well. Bubbles and hula hoops and some other activities for kids and families. And Hotbed Comedy Club is partnering with us to do, they're going to have some comedians come and do little 5-minute skits right before we show each movie. So that'll be something kind of fun to look forward to. Insomnia Cookies is going to bring their cookies back this year. So for the first 200 people that arrive, you will get a free cookie if you give us your email address. So, and they are usually still warm when we're serving them. So it's a nice treat. And so, yep, so 6 Tuesday nights, the rain date will be July 11th. And let's see, I think future events, we're going to do another Admiral Vibe concert series in Calorama Park in August. Those will be on Wednesday nights. And since we don't have any ANC meetings on Wednesday nights, I expect to see all of you there. All right, that's it from me. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Christian. Any questions, comments? Okay, we're good. we'll move on. Trevorrow Culpepper from Pepco, always nice to see you. Welcome.
Hello, this is Trevorrow Culpepper. Can you hear me?
And how are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight in the community comments. Good evening to all of the ANC commissioners. I wanted to just come before you, hey Jake, to provide a few updates, just two brief updates. One of them is in regards to the Champlain substation. I believe I come to the ANC Commission in December to share with you our initial plans of starting construction in 2025, and then to provide an update on the ongoing work that was along V Street. And I wanted to share with you that we have taken an extra step forward in sharing our preliminary plans with the Office of Planning regarding the substation construction. As you all know, we do plan to start construction in 2025, and there is a historic designation on the substation. So we are taking an extra step of having our plans reviewed by the Historic Preservation Review Board, Office of Planning. So we have moved forward with that step, and would like to share these plans with you, hopefully at the next PZT meeting on May 17th, if possible. And then I also wanted to share that PEPCO has also filed a multi-year rate plan as of April 13th. And this multi-year rate plan will actually have a forward-looking approach in looking at increases to rates over the next 5 years. Typically, I believe these rates will increases from what we file could be an average of $6 additional to the bill. But we wanted to take an opportunity to go over this in detail with you at the next ANC meeting as well. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions, comments for Trevorrow? Well, thank you so much for coming. Always love your updates. It's always good to see you. Have a
No,
good evening.
always good to see you too. Thank you so much.
Take care.
You.
Looks like we have one hand from another attendee. I think it's Jean. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing.
It's Jeannie, thank you. Do you have any updates on the Adams Oyster modernization or a date when they will be presenting to your commission or the Office of Planning?
I think we do. Commissioner Faust, can you prepared to answer that?
I am, yeah, that'll be on the, unfortunately, Lee is out. So we didn't get the update from Lee tonight on the PZT agenda for this upcoming month. But that is currently set for the PZT committee meeting on, I believe it's the 17th, right? I don't have my calendar. Yep, on the 17th. And then it would be up for our June meeting as well. I've been invited to attend the SIT planning sessions for that project. And so I'm hoping in future weeks, I wasn't able to make this week's one. It was the first one that I was invited to, but in future weeks, I should be able to attend those and give updates in my commissioner's readout at the beginning of the hour.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Any other general comments from the community? All right, so we'll move on. Our next agenda item, and this is partially on me. I don't think we actually created distributed minutes for the April meeting, so we'll have to kind of postpone, or there's nothing to vote on for this minute, which is to reaffirm our need to get our housework in order so that we can have those ready. But definitely don't want to be voting on a consent agenda for something that we couldn't physically review. So no action to take there, and no other items on the consent agenda. So we'll move on to our regular agenda. Thank you, everyone. It's already been an hour and a half, and we're just getting to that. So I appreciate everyone's patience.
Chair, point of order, we did had a potential agenda item to add to the agenda tonight. So could we do that before we move to the regular agenda?
Thank you for correcting that. So yeah, we do have one that proposed addition. It was a matter of, I think, hours that it could have just been put on as any other item, but the proposed addition is to consider supporting a zoning special exception for the development project, which will be happening on the 1700 block of Euclid. I believe at least one commissioner has been in conversations with people associated with that project. Can I get a second for discussion for this addition?
Second.
All right, so Commissioner Fauske, do you want to give us any context? I believe you know a few things.
Sure. So what happened is when we had our PCT committee meeting this month, we had agreed to, we had asked for some changes to the plan to the developer, and they agreed to do that. But unknowingly, they agreed to do that and to come back to our next meeting, but didn't realize that actually they had their meeting with the zoning board before our next meeting would allow them to for us to support the project, or for them to come back and go through the process again. And so they asked if, since we had already gone through and they were able to make all the changes that we requested of them, or at least most of the changes that we requested of them, if they would be able to present tonight at tonight's meeting, since they already presented to the PCT once. And given that this is time sensitive, I think we agreed to at least have the discussion as to whether or not the rest of the commissioners would be willing to put it on the agenda tonight, which I recommend.
I appreciate that context. So this is not the point to discuss the contentious matter of the item, but just to add it. Any other comments or questions regarding what, if we should add this?
Yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with it. Can it be a brief introduction to what it is going on?
Yeah, Commissioner, you want to give that again? Paleskini?
Sure. About adding it to the agenda tonight.
Just a quick overview of the item being considered for addition.
That's what I'm saying.
The item is a request for a special exception for parking only for development being proposed on Euclid Street between Ontario and 17th. All other aspects of the building are by right. We asked for some changes around the types of units that are inside the building to request both more affordable housing, more inclusionary zoning as a percentage of the total, more inclusionary zoning that was family size units, and the addition of 2 family size units to the overall development in order to account for the fact that it's 2 former family size homes that are being taken off the market, and a new development is going up in its place. And so we wanted to make sure that the family size units remain a part of the plan for the new development. So that's the development, and it would be simply, the presentation would be by the developer later on in the agenda.
That makes sense, Commissioner Jones, to answer your question.
Yes, I'm completely unfamiliar with it, so my concern is not just family size units, but who these families would be. But you just want to bring it up.
What?
You don't want to discuss that now. You just want to put it apart.
Because we didn't make the timeline. We have a legal mandate of just how much advance notice we have to give for agenda items. So like a few hours later, this was proposed. I probably could have gotten away with just putting on, but the courtesy of making sure that we're transparent. We just have to go through a vote to make any late additions. So that's what we're doing right now. I believe this is just relevant to parking regulations as well. So we could, if we add it later, discuss some of the things related to it, but it would be kind of like a tangent on the main subject, which is an exception to parking restrictions.
Okay.
Okay. So all those in favor of the addition, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1 opposed. Any abstentions? All right, the addition passes. I believe it is 7-1. It'll be on the agenda later. So we'll start with, I'll get that fixed in a second. Some items that came from the Alcoholic Beverage Control and Public Safety Committee. I swapped the order earlier today, just out of courtesy to anyone who's here to not discuss the other additions or items on the agenda. So first, this came from our committee last month. The commission's considering support for a restaurant liquor license, Class C, for karaoke bar, which is expected to be on 18th Street at the corner of, I believe it's the northwest corner of Belmont, 18th and Belmont. They're not seeking a stipulated license. They're expecting to hopefully open up later in the year, so they're not really pursuing that. So they're just looking for our support. They don't, in any case, they don't, for that type of license, our support's not necessary, but it's a nice to have in their process of trying to attain a liquor license. So Commissioner Falskine, again, you're the chair of the committee that discussed this. I've talked to the owners as well, but any context, additional notes to go over for this item?
No, we heard from the bar, the restaurant, excuse me, that is seeking the liquor license. The concept sounds great. They're really committed to the neighborhood. They're making a huge investment in the space in order to make it something that I think the neighborhood is really going to want. And it sounds like a great idea. And it's also a business owner who's already working in the neighborhood, already has another business in the neighborhood. So it's nice just to have someone who knows the neighborhood and is doubling down on their investment in our community. Overall, it sounded like what they were trying to offer to the neighborhood was something that the neighborhood would really like. And I'm looking forward to entering into a settlement agreement with them. They were very open to the settlement agreement process.
Thanks for those thoughts. It's in my SMD. I've talked to the owner at least I think a few months now that we've been in kind of on and again, off again contact. So I think he even sold one of his properties to dedicate himself pretty much full time to developing this one. So you can tell he's serious. I hope that's the case. Settlement agreement, that is something that there's not really a rush in the timeline. I don't intend to propose any sort of protest on this. They seem like a good faith actor that I'd want to support. So we don't have a necessity of getting a settlement agreement by tonight or anything, but we had discussed in our committee previously if we would want to modify how we approach settlement agreements. Historically, there have been a lot of cases where local civic and neighborhood associations have kind of done it in tandem. We've discussed potentially separating that process, or at least the part that we control as an ANC. So that's not something we've resolved or decided. So we don't have a settlement agreement to vote upon tonight, but we can support the application with, I think, a pretty firm understanding that there will be a settlement agreement in place. Any questions, comments, commissioners? Let's hear it. Or not hear it, that's okay too. Anyone in the community have any questions or comments on this agenda item regarding the license proposal for karaoke bar? All right, so this came from committee. It just needs one person. I'll move to bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? And it looks like the motion passes unanimously. And like we said, we'll get working on a settlement agreement. We have some time because the owner said they're not really in a rush to get to that, and they're not pursuing a stipulated license. The next item on the agenda is one that we have discussed a few times. I believe it's 9 officially at meetings. So hopefully that we've saturated or oversaturated the community input. It's never perfect because you can't get everyone always, but the item is considering a resolution that regards the expiration of the Adams Morgan moratorium zone. So this item started actually with the previous commission in December of 2022. 2 of us survived. We continue. The Adams Morgan moratorium zone, just for a bit of context, is legislation that rules put in place to geographically create a zone in Adams Morgan where there is a limit on how many liquor licenses can exist. And that has changed over time. It originally began as limitations on multiple types of on-premise. So people come and can consume alcohol in the facility. That includes nightclubs, taverns, restaurants originally. That was over 20 years ago. It has since, as has been the case in other neighborhoods, had the rules modified a bit. So at this current point in time, there are no restrictions on how many, for example, restaurant liquor licenses can exist. We know this because we've, just like now, reviewed a lot of the applications for them and supported many of them. But there is a cycle for how long that moratorium lasts. So this current cycle actually was scheduled to expire, I think, in February. We requested officially to have it extended. We requested 90 days. We suggested 45 at first, but then officially suggested 90 and got 120. and we're at the end of the 120-day period. So probably a good point for us to make some sort of voice on the matter. I have a lot of other thoughts. I'm going to hold off for a second because I know other people might as well. Commissioners, any questions, comments on the matter at hand?
Well, I think so basically over the span of time, the majority of the comments I've received from my SMD are that they want to keep the moratorium in place, but increase the number, like, is in our resolution, but we've just never been quite sure what the number should be. So I guess I'm a little on the fence, but to me, 25 does not seem, a crazy amount. So I guess I'd like to hear other commissioners, their thoughts, if they found any research, did any research that led them to an exact number. So that's all I would say.
I have a response, but I'm gonna see if anyone else has one first. Anyone, go ahead.
The numbers of it's more the issue of the limit, I think, than the number that is the limit. And if you have a limit, those people that have tavern licenses are actually, even though they have to come back to us, are able to sell them. They're in a better position, and it then becomes a commodity for them, not unlike the cab licenses in New York City. And I for one would just do away with the limit on taverns. Just let it expire and not have any limit on the number, and let the marketplace be the limiting factor, as it's proving to be.
And along those lines, I think we've in our committee, I might have raised this at some point, raised it of the 9 times we discussed this, where I had kind of tried to seek out if there was some sort of research that, compares the demographics, especially the population and population density, how that relates to the number of liquor licenses, if there's some sort of happy medium for how many liquor licenses per 100,000 people or something. I don't think it exists, or it's hard to find. And also an important note that we've discussed multiple times is that we aren't setting the rules. We are just making some sort of general or specific recommendation, which ABCA will take into account with other recommendations, at least two of which we know are polar opposites. One saying we want very strict regulations, and others saying we want them to be loose or non-existent, at least for taverns and for restaurants, not for nightclubs. I have further thoughts. I'm going to pause them for a moment. Commissioner Foskini, go ahead, please.
Has there been consideration given to limiting them to a certain, like 18th Street and Columbia Road, or portions thereof?
That's not something that we've really discussed at length in this kind of period. I know in past years when there was an expiration scheduled, the geographic boundaries was discussed. I think at one point there was probably multiple points. Some people wanted it expanded, some people wanted it shrunk. I believe there's a center point, and it's measured from the radius from that center point as a general circle. It's been a point of contention in the past with liquor license applicants, which it got very contentious and took a very, very long time to resolve. But that wasn't our responsibility. But at this particular time, I don't think that's been something that we've discussed as a recommendation. Just for the most part, just said, kind of implied, not explicitly saying, leave the geography as is if we were to support something which for the most part had been leaving the nightclub restrictions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was been in a committee for quite a long time, and I remember on 18th Street, there was one, La Fourche, I don't know if any of you know of it, but it was a restaurant that started the madness. But what came up back in the day was liquor licenses for liquor stores, not for restaurants and bars. And I don't know if that's a part of the consideration being made here as well. The liquor, are you simply and only talking about liquor license for restaurants and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so that would be off-premise consumption, like I think it's Class A for liquor stores. It hasn't been something we've discussed as this. I don't know if it's really been included in the past either. It might have. The only feedback, and I'll actually detail it in a little bit, the only feedback I've heard, which is very sparse, was people saying we need more liquor stores. I'd be open to more liquor stores. I haven't heard anyone saying.
No, it was just the opposite back in the day. And I was on the committee with the commission that studied the location of liquor stores in Adams Morgan, and made the recommendation that there should be no more because of where the liquor stores were situated in that market. Everybody in the neighborhood could walk reasonably to, and so there was no need to include anymore. But what you're talking about now is consumption on the site, right?
Yeah, just so this was just addressing nightclubs, restaurants, tavern licenses.
Yeah.
That's something that we could address. It hasn't been really something that has been done. And like you point out, I mean, some neighborhoods want a bit more. Some neighborhoods are very much opposed to liquor licenses for liquor stores.
Yeah,
So it's not something that we really addressed with this. It hasn't really been the scope of it.
Well, I think that as I suggested earlier, that it would be the location of them as opposed to what we're going to do with whether or not we're going to limit them or exclude them. If you're only going to have them on Columbia Road, 18th Street, or any place else, that seems to me to be something that needs to be a part of the conversation. Unless I'm unclear.
Someone can correct me if I'm mistaken, but as far as I can tell, especially as an ANC, there's nothing we can do to kind of mandate that places go into places, but we can restrict what goes in. So instead of, I mean, this is part of the conversation we've had as well. A lot of people really would like, locally owned shops, locally owned markets, things that are not necessarily dependent on liquor sales. We can't force people to go into business and take the risks and investments needed, which is what makes it hard. Because if we're playing SimCity or something, we could design our own little town, but we're not, and we have different rules to follow. So yeah. Does that make sense? Does that answer questions?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I wanted to, sorry, I have my hand up earlier to just address Margaret's question from earlier, which was, ushering this through this year since I took over the ABC committee from Peter. And to be clear, Peter drafted the original draft of this. It has been edited since, but the original draft of this resolution was Peter's. But I think where we came to 25 was there are currently 17. There were some commissioners that were saying they wanted to just get rid of them altogether for tavern licenses. There were some folks that were saying maybe a couple more, and 25 was less than a 50% increase in the total number of tavern license. And it felt like that is an incremental change that we can make as a commission over a 4-year period to open things up a little bit, assess impact and/or any change, and then try to go from there. So it felt like it was enough to be able to actually see some sort of measurable change out of it, assess what that change was, and then go from there in another 4 years. So that was the attempt here, was to kind of hit the middle, open things up a little bit, not go crazy, not get rid of it entirely, but just make some measurable change towards this that we thought could allow for a visible and measurable impact to the community.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Mickelson Horowitz, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. And it's Michelson Horowitz. It's a long name. So a couple things. Obviously I just joined, and so I realized that most of the discussion formally happened before I joined, and so I haven't had a lot of time to influence this process, but I support some of the recent additions to the resolution, specifically ramping up the new licenses at no more than 4 new licenses per year. I think that will give us time to do our due diligence and to learn from the lessons as new licenses are granted, and also to affirm the value of the settlement agreements, and that ensures that that ensures that we get the community engagement in that process, but also that we get folks who are serious about addressing the concerns of neighbors, because, this is, a dense residential neighborhood, and with residences backing up on our commercial corridors, we need to balance those interests. However we vote, and I am supportive of the 25 number, and seeing where that takes the neighborhood, because we have a lot of empty storefronts, and the moratorium for the past 20 years has not succeeded in bringing back some of the small independent businesses that we would love to see in the neighborhood. No doubt. I want the clothing store and the gift shop and the hardware store. I want those all to succeed, but with rents where they are, it's hard for them to make ends meet. And businesses that can survive and thrive in the neighborhood are those that need to be in-person restaurants and bars foremost. And even those have very narrow margins. We have a lot of commercial space in the neighborhood for the relative to the density and to the access we have from other neighborhoods by transit. So I think that we can fill some of these empty storefronts by giving the opportunity to have new licenses, and those filled storefronts will contribute to the vibrancy of the neighborhood, and whether it's crime or rats, we can really address those issues, and make this an attractive neighborhood to do business, rather than one in which there are constantly rotating empty storefronts. Just one thing I want to say is that our oversight doesn't end here. We do get to review all of the all of the license applications, and I personally am going to be pushing for licenses that have lower capacities. These do not need to be large establishments with hundreds of people. These can be quieter bars. These can be bars that are appropriate to the density of the neighborhood, and that would help control for noise and crowding. I'm also going to be prioritizing applications that are outside of that dense corridor. I think that there's with that density, it really affects the neighbors that abut 18th Street. Those are on Champlain, those that are on Belmont, and I would love to see our bar scene cover the whole neighborhood, rather than just be in one concentrated zone that exacerbates problems around traffic and noise, and trash and rats and whatnot, and safety considerations. So I think that we can absorb more licenses that way, without affecting the quality of life in the neighborhood, and not that bars necessarily negatively affect the quality of life, and of course owners that come in with clear plans for trash and noise and safety and all of that stuff. Something that I heard from neighbors was that we would love to see those independent stores survive, and perhaps there is a way to endorse the creation or the expansion of any pilot programs that seed money or incubators for small locally owned businesses, especially owned by women and people of color. So I wonder if we can specifically endorse that and push that for that. We can't create that money out of thin air, but that's what it will take for those businesses to survive in our neighborhood, just given the high rents and the shopping patterns. So those are just some things I wanted to say, since I'm relatively new to this discussion.
Really profound thoughts. Thanks for sharing that. And on that last point, just a bit of an anecdote. The ownership and diversity of ownership in the neighborhood, I think, is also important. One of the first things I did as commissioner in 2000, seems like 20 years ago, but it was only like 2, was testify at a 12-hour hearing in which a group of neighbors, for mixed reasons, some I believed were more legitimate than others, opposed one of the few now Black bar owners of operating a bar in the neighborhood. He said that they were being racist, and I believed him. And I think that's probably one of the best run businesses in Adams Morgan now, which is Manifest and out of office. But that said, any other commissioners have thoughts, comments? Commissioner Shapiro, you're gesturing that you might.
No, I agree with the
Wait to get-
wrong name.
oh,
Second,
sorry.
Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
I agree with the reasoning that what Jake is saying and what Daniel is saying captures my sentiment about the whole thing. You know, considerations are being made for less about other considerations than the ones that were encapsulated in what they both said. I don't think that we should, you know, let the door open to anybody. You know, that we shouldn't have an absolute case of let the market determine. But neither do I think it should be so restrictive as to limit what Daniel's talking about, the considerations that need to be made about the diversity and that sort of thing.
I appreciate those thoughts. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shapiro, go ahead, please.
I am Jake's comments about reviewing what happens in the next 4 years have convinced me to change my mind, and I would be in favor of the resolution as written. So I do change my mind once in a while, Jake.
Appreciate the levity. So just a couple of extra thoughts. Yeah, this has all been a really fruitful experience. I think it's been several months. I don't know how many at this point, but during that process, I at least personally, because 1CO3, 1CO7, something like 90-something% of the liquor licenses in the neighborhood are in those two SMDs, roughly that. So I've tried to be active in talking to people that own, work at, attend, or patronize those places. I hope I've done a good job. And I've also tried to speak to people that have been in the neighborhood quite a long time. Some have come to our meetings and shared their voices. Some have emailed us. That's been really helpful. A few notes that I got from people I just think they're kind of worth bringing up. This is anecdotal entirely, but selecting people that have several decades each of experience in the neighborhood, many of which have actually worked on this exact thing, which is as commissioners or related to the commission when there was a moratorium expiration. So for example, one person, what concerns me most is the alarming number of vacant storefronts on my block. Another person, avoid nightclubs at all costs, but otherwise remove all impediments to all true food service restaurants. And frankly, I wouldn't mind another retail license in the neighborhood. So that would be the off-premises consumption. Another person, when the moratorium was in place, we were unable to find good quality small family restaurants because liquor can be the make or break with the profit margin, and no one could afford to purchase the very expensive licenses, some as high as $200,000. Now they're $1,800. Another person, I hope you all let it expire. It was well intended, but turned out to really hurt the community overall. Another person, I agree that the moratorium on tavern licenses should expire and the nightclub restrictions should continue. Another person, at one point in time, it definitely served a purpose. Now I'm not sure it does anymore. I do think, however, there should be a moratorium on nightclub licenses. I have no doubt the coalition of no will fight you on this, but honestly, I'm incredibly tired of our neighborhood being held hostage to a small group of folks, many of whom are older, who have an outsized voice. Times change, and in order for neighborhoods to thrive, they have to change with the times as well. If some people had their way, Adams Morgan would have been hermetically sealed in 1983. It doesn't mean developers and businesses should be given carte blanche to do what they want, but other neighborhoods are thriving because of change. And I will note that one of those people actually asked to be anonymous, specifically because they're afraid of threats from some of the neighborhood groups or individuals who they have found relatively toxic around this issue. So lots of people brought a lot of voices. I think I've made my opinion clear as well. And collectively, we've had a lot of progress just discussing how this affects all the lives in the commission. I'll stop. Anyone that's in attendance have any comments or questions at this time? Any other commissioners as well? All right, well, this came out of committee. It seems like, well, we have one hand, maybe not. It looks like we have one hand up, Chris O. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Chris Otten, 23-year Adams Morgan resident. One thing I just want to put on the table, Because, you know, when I think about these issues, I think about how alcohol is so critical to these types of corridors because of the exorbitant rents, and the profit margins are made because alcohol, you know, you buy a beer for 25 cents and you sell it for $5. Really no other markup like that in retail. And so this is how businesses survive. And this is why you're all doing what you're doing tonight, which I think I get and I appreciate. But one other thing that should be on the table is a broader discussion, is that how do we encourage the city to really look at some more creative ways to help alleviate this sort of the margins here for the smaller businesses that maybe don't sell alcohol, that actually gives some more of the vibrancy to more than just bars and taverns and things. Some of our retail spots on 18th Street that just sell, you know, gear, t-shirts, skateboards. And so like, I think it'd be great if we can get the mayor or Councilmember Nadeau in to talk about, and this is budget season, so maybe it's not going to happen this year, but you know, really sort of incentivizing the lowering of the rents by the landlords, by maybe giving landlords tax breaks or alleviating sort of the triple net lease thing. Because as change comes to the neighborhood and more bigger and bigger and more luxury buildings come, so do property taxes go up, and those get passed through to the small businesses in the triple net leases. And so I think that's some more analysis to why there might be a sensibility of like, we got to sell alcohol just to survive. And so anyway, just another point of analysis to this. Appreciate your thoughts on that as well.
Thank you so much. That is something that was actually discussed at previous meetings, which is, well, twofold. To what degree should this apply to the bigger picture, which is frankly the expensive cost of real estate in Washington, D.C., commercial and residential? Of course, this doesn't directly address this. So it's an arguable point, but a point that I'm willing to make, which is that this isn't going to resolve, you know, a pricing crisis, which I think it's a crisis, but it could potentially alleviate some things. In addition, not just alcohol, but cannabis and cannabis related products as well. Just kind of the economies of vice. A lot of people, I'm willing to say, don't necessarily want to sell them, but as the previous commenter mentioned, you can make money pretty easily on low inventory, low amount of space needed for your products and services. So yeah, we've tried to thread a needle, understanding that the ideal neighborhood probably would not have a lot of places that sell those products, but maybe some. And we're trying to make a recommendation based off of that. Any other thoughts? This has been really nice. All right, so this came through committee as well as the last item. So it just needs one person to move for it to be voted upon. Anyone want to do that? Commissioner Shapiro, we can't hear you, but it seems like you're talking.
I so move.
All right, so all those in favor of passing this resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? And it looks like the motion passes unanimously. We got-
Excuse me, sorry, I vote yes.
Thank you. Now it's unanimous. 8-0. It's like 4 or 5 months of work. So thank you, everyone. Next on the agenda, and I think, yeah, okay, let's do it. There's the second item I'll probably put last, just for the courtesy of people attending that are for the specific issue. So we'll start with support for a sidewalk patio permit for Lamont Royale. I believe this came directly from the committee and was supported, correct? Anyone from the PZT committee want to take us on? Commissioner Foschini.
Sure, I volunteered to do all the PZT ones while Lee is out. Commissioner Dixon is out, sorry. So this is a really simple patio permit application. I know that Chaz from the restaurant is here, and if he would like to be promoted, he can. But Lamont Royale he should just raise his hand if he wants to be promoted, and Sean can promote him. But Lamont Royale has been doing great business in the neighborhood. We, in our settlement agreement, had various stipulations for the patio permit space that was already out there. And so we do have an agreement in place for the use of that patio. Basically, they're just trying to start to use it. And the plans that they showed the PCT committee were really lovely. It's the current space that's already there, modernized a little bit, just made nicer, and actually in use. I think it'll bring some liveliness and some vibrancy to that corner out there. There was an issue with one of the trees being where the tree box was being less than 4 feet from the gate of the current patio. Thankfully, Margaret and the bid were able to work with DDOT to make sure that that tree box gets kind of paved back a little bit more to create 4 full feet of separation between the patio and the tree box so that it's ADA accessible, which is fantastic. So all the issues seem to be resolved. It's a great business. They're doing great work in the neighborhood. Seems like something that we should definitely support. And it came out of committee unanimously.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, questions, comments, concerns? In my mind, this is a simple one. Anyone attending have any questions or comments? Looks like a no. All right, so I'll move to support this. I think that we've done this before. It's a good idea. They were good in the process.
Second.
Don't need it. All those. Thank
Came
you.
out of committee. You're right. Sorry.
That's all good. Pardon me. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. All right, I will move along. And like I said, just out of respect for the people that are specifically here representing an institution, jump to the third issue, which was the late addition regarding the 1700 block of Euclid. So there's a zoning exception. We've discussed it a bit, a request for a zoning exception related to parking. Commissioner Fauskini, any other details you want to go over, or you want to give another brief recap of that?
Sure. And it looks like CJ's been promoted, which is great. I think also Chai is here, and Chai is the owner or is the developer, and CJ is the architect. So CJ, why don't you go ahead and then we can go from there.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you so much for having us. And again, apologies for the late notice. I just want to add a little bit of context around our constrained time frame. After last week's meeting, we went back to BZA to ask to reschedule, and that rescheduling would have been 4 months out. And so that was the reason for our request to just maintain our original BZA date. I'll let Chai speak to his institution and their philosophy and what they're doing, but I want to just briefly comment on we've been able to accommodate the requests for 2 multifamily units. We've been able to accommodate the request to increase the IZ percentage. The requirement was 10% of the net, and we've been able to go up to 15%. And one of those IZ units will be one of the family units. So I'm prepared to show all of those items. Chai, would you like to just step in and tell them a little bit about the development and the goals surrounding it?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, CJ, and thank you, commissioners. We appreciate you adding us to the agenda. So the project is a missing middle development project aimed at affordable housing tenants. I think Commissioner Jones asked earlier the intent of the project and who it's targeting. In addition to the 2 IZ units, the rest of the units the intention is to lease those out to housing choice voucher tenants, which are typically at 30 to 50% AMI. Just our platform as a development shop, we're an affordable housing developer and workforce housing developer. So this type of development really fits our sweet spot. We think in an area like this, particularly in the immediate neighborhood where the development is located, is a good candidate for affordable housing.
And I'd like to just add to that all of the asks that you have come to us with, are in the vein and spirit of what we're trying to do as a project.
Thanks, CJ. I'll just add a couple more things. Everything in the development is by right. As far as the units themselves, the density, the FAR, height, all of that is by right. The only special exception that's being asked for is for the number of parking units, which for a development of this size with this many units would be 6 parking spaces. One of the things that the developer has agreed to do, so we know statistically that lower income folks are much less likely to own vehicles, much less likely. And for most of the housing choice voucher housing units that we have in the neighborhood, the vast majority of them have fewer than 10% car ownership for the folks who live there. So we know that the vehicle usage and demand coming from this building, because it is an IZ and affordable housing program, will have less demand for parking in the neighborhood. And also, in order to offset whatever lack of parking will be provided at the development itself, Chai and CJ have generously offered to pay for 6 additional bike share spaces to go in at the Safeway just a block away from the development. They are also working very hard to try to fit 1 car share space, which is might be able to squeeze in 1 parking space, and they're going to try really hard to fit in 1 car share space, which by zoning code in DC accounts for 3, would take the place of 3 normal parking spaces because it's car share. So they've also tried to make those changes in order to offset any parking demand on the street that might come from this development. And I'd note too that, like, I know that these changes that we asked for in order to increase the IZ percentage and also to create these family size units, they came at a significant financial cost to this developer, a significant financial cost. And I am really appreciative of them being so open to work with the ANC, and I'm fully in support of the changes that have been made and us voting yes for this development tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, CJ. You have some extra thoughts to add there, CJ? Looks like you're about to speak.
Yeah. In terms of the DDOT items, we have wrapped up all of our negotiations with them. They will be in support of the project. And then I'd just like to qualify, and I can share my screen to talk about, the spatial requirements of this parking space in the rear. We just can't, because of the spatial requirements of the rear alley parking, we actually can't provide the legal size of a parking space. And we also cannot do that as well and exit our trash out of the area. So what we really want to stress here is that we can't qualify the building permit on that, but we can come in potentially after the fact and work with a third-party distributor to offer, and it would have to really be, a smart car sized vehicle in order to get trash out of the lot. We really only have access to 10 feet of public alley space for the development. I'll share that. Let me just share that with you.
Yeah, that'd be helpful, please.
What?
So we have this very interesting, unique alley configuration where there's a corner here. All of these linear lots here, so starting with 1720, 1718, 1716, they all have access to both the 15-foot right-of-way and then our lot, which is a combination of 1722 and 1724, Euclid Street, has access to this 10-foot public right-of-way that's really just a very tiny little offshoot to this. And so you can imagine getting, the required 6 cars in here, let alone the 1. So what I've done here for you is diagrammed out what would be the zoning required parking space, which we can't fit really on the site in terms of just pulling straight in. It would overhang the site by 1'4", but I'm also accounting for the thickness of the fence. And then we also do need, some sort of man door access for our trash collection to be able to back into this space, walk through the man door, and exit our trash out of here. And so, just so you're aware, I went and found the size of a smart car. It's roughly 8'6" by 5'9". And so we can actually get this, in here, past our 3-foot man door, and get, a public car share space in here. But we're just not, we're not going to pass the requirements for this. If I go into zoning, they're going to require a full-size space. And so that's my difficulty in just qualifying this around providing, the space on a building permit. We're happy to work with zoning. They are going to have some requirements around what this car share space is. And so that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of this particular parking space. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions surrounding that.
What are the addresses now?
So the current addresses are 1722 and 1724 Euclid Street, and we are combining the two lots and creating a single building. And we will be preserving the facade. This is just kind of a diagrammatic view of it, but we'll be preserving the facade of 1724, which mimics the rest of the row all the way to the corner. And then 1722 is already significantly different from both this older set of row homes and the newer set of row homes to the left. And so adds less to the fabric. So we have some spatial requirements around how to enter. And so it became deemed the less important of the two facades that needed to be saved. We really have to, with a building of this size, we really have to enter at grade.
And how many units are planned for the completion?
So this is all of the units laid out. This is a total of 20 units. I've mapped out in the, pale red, the 2 family size units. This one has units, 3 bedrooms facing the rear, bathroom, kitchen, utility space, some closet space. This one actually, because of some other neighbor issues revolving around some chimney clearances, we pulled back the facade off the property line. So these 3 bedrooms then sit with windows and egress windows on the plan south side with their living space to the north. And then also to note, this unit is at the ground floor. You would come up this unit is not only an IZ unit, this unit is required by law to be a type B accessible unit. So if you were in a wheelchair, this unit would be able to flex with under counter roll-in spaces, with proper clearances around doors, etc. You'll note a slightly larger bathroom then would be required. So if you were handicapped and in a wheelchair, you would be able to come up. We are providing a wheelchair lift at this. And so one of our IZ units is also type B it's specifically called type B adaptable. So if you walked in there, you would see just everyday counters and cabinets, but they will have to be built in a manner where they could be removed for roll-in purposes, etc. Our second IZ unit would be on the floor above at the second floor and would be a studio size. This is our old IZ calculation. We were winding up at, and this is because you have to add units together to get to your minimum. So our minimum is 728. And we were winding up around 900. So our minimum still is at the 728. And now we're getting closer to 1,100 square feet, which this represents 15% of that minimum required net 700 square feet, 728 square feet. With an additional, we have a requirement to include in this some additional space, 155 additional square feet from adding the penthouse. This is such a complicated calculation, but we are required to add some space as well for our penthouse space as well.
Thank you so much for going over that. We have a couple of commissioners with questions. Commissioner.
Sure.
One issue that's been voiced to me by several of your neighbors concerns moving vehicles, in that it is, it's going to be a rental building, or constructed as a rental building. I guess you can't convert it with the IZ. And the average rental in DC is only 2 years, which means you're gonna every month, or every 2 months rather, you're gonna have, no, about every month and a half, you're gonna have a moving vehicle there, in theory, based upon DC averages. And that I'm sure, as you know, that block is atrocious. Are there any provisions for doing move-ins and move-outs through the rear as opposed to getting permitted on the street?
That would be another place where, making this a flexible parking space and not holding us to the immediate regulations of the parking requirements, which we're asking relief from. That would allow us to provide that as a flexible space for, exactly what you're saying. The way that particular alley extension is currently being used is, there's some folks that park here in their backyard. We'll be actually reconfiguring this backyard. There is currently a parking space that's here. So I think that you would very much have the opportunity to back into this space, not hinder your immediate adjacent neighbor here. This is also a parking space for the lot that runs planned east-west, where all my dimensions are. So I think you could easily back a moving truck in here, open the 2 gates, and have a very good, access. You might need to move your truck if this person here needed to get in and out.
That goes with trash too. But is there any way that we can perhaps add this to our, I know I'm at the tail end of this, but this has been a consistent concern of people. And I know everything else is by right, but you're asking for the exception on the parking. And this is a major parking issue. Can we somehow get this into that you would include a provision? It's actually a deeded provision that moving shall not be done in and out of the front of the house, the building.
I don't know how that would work. I would need to pose that question to our council, only because there's probably some sort of mechanism to make that happen that I am unaware of.
It would be a covenant that would travel with it. As the developer, you would institute a covenant that travels with the property. You would still have
no ramifications on architecture there, so
no, but the ramifications you are asking for the relief on parking, and this is a parking issue. And that's why I'm saying is would the developer be open to adding this as a covenant that all move-ins shall be done through the rear, or move outs and move ins.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, that's something that we can certainly explore with our council. Have you seen that before? Do you have any precedent that we can provide to our council?
Not on that specific one. I have seen it before when it comes to trash.
Right. Okay. Yeah, certainly happy to explore that.
I don't think it doesn't change anything, and it ameliorates a concern that many of your neighbors have.
Sure, understood. Yeah, we would certainly like to accommodate. So if you don't mind, we will talk to our council about the covenant. This seems like an operational issue. I mean, certainly we can, convey that to our property manager and have that put into the operating procedures. But as far as writing that into the deed as a covenant, I think that's something that we would have to check on.
Check on it. I mean, you could put in any non-discriminatory covenant that you want.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, happy to check on it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Michelson Horowitz, you had a.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm looking at this picture. I'm trying to understand the 16'8" width of the property line. And then the overhang of that purple rectangle is across the property line in the backyard of the adjacent property line that's on is it 17th Street, not 17th Street, but is it Champlain? What's the
cross street is Ontario, believe. I might have that mislabeled.
Okay, Ontario, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so your backyard is that 16'8" width stretching towards Euclid, and then it juts over as you get closer to the back of the property.
Correct.
Okay. And yeah, I do want to echo the move-in concern, and what I would ask is that if your council says that it is permissible to do that, that you include that. I think and just to clarify, there is an access via a rear entrance and fire escape, or in the back of the property. If you can just zoom out and show
Correct.
that.
There's an egress requirement for because of the size of the building. There's 2 means of egress required. So we have one means of egress in the rear that's accessible through a hallway here on the ground floor.
And the width of that egress and stairs is identical to the front entrance?
It's narrower, but it does meet the space requirements of 3 feet clearances for standard passages. You should theoretically be able to make easily, mattresses and things around this corner. 3 foot wide door, a little bit of extra space for actually wheelchair turning radius at the door. And so, yes, there is that opportunity to come in through the rear.
If that's the, I really appreciate that you've worked with us to make the changes. And I want to respect that you've made a lot of concessions, and so I want to honor that. And if this is the major concern that we are still hearing, then I hope that if your council says that it is permissible, does not violate some rule, that you include that.
We absolutely will follow up with this immediately following this conversation. I'll shoot a quick email out just to get that conversation started.
Yeah, and I otherwise I'm with some reservations and hesitation, I'm willing to support it. So thanks.
Now, how many I noticed there's something about income considerations and set-asides. Could you explain what that is?
Sure. So the first consideration is what is called inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is a mechanism that has been implemented through the zoning code with the changes that occurred in 2016 to incentivize developers to create affordable housing units. Once a development crosses a threshold of 10 units, they are mandatory participation within the inclusionary zoning program. And so no matter how you slice it, we will be participating in that program as mandated by the zoning code within the District of Columbia. As Chai stated up front, his company is centered around creating low-income housing for the community, and the rest of these units would be offered as housing vouchers. This is another District of Columbia government program, but is not mandated through, the zoning code. It's got other mechanisms. But essentially what happens is you put these units on the market and participants that qualify for the district's housing program get vouchers that accommodate their rent. I'll just give you a personal experience. I own a piece of property that has a tenant property. My tenant is in that program, in the housing voucher program. And so the District of Columbia pays, a percentage of their rent to the developer. And then the tenant is responsible for the rest of that rent. And then Chai can speak specifically to the target price point for these units, which, if I'm not mistaken, are also to be offered below market rate.
Right, and usually thank you, CJ. The key to the voucher program is that given areas such as this where the property is located, tenants that qualify for the program would not have the ability, or very unlikely to have the ability to rent a unit at market rate. So we're using this mechanism that's being offered by the city to allow low to moderate income households, and most of the individuals in the voucher program, from what I understand, are 30 to 50% AMI, to have the ability to reside in neighborhoods like this, which in most cases they would not have the ability to do so otherwise.
How many of the units are set aside for that? Or are you
100% of the remaining units outside of the IZ required units would be for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Laughlin, you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
So I just want to say this project looks really awesome. I like the design of it. I think it's sort of funky. It's something, a great housing option to add to the district. I just want to serve some of the commissioners and seeing some of the comments, the complaints about moving trucks and the potential, because there's a number of units in this building. I live in a 30-unit co-op building on Lanier, and even though we are primarily owners of our units, we have several people, on a monthly basis, people moving out because they've sold their unit. We don't have a lot of renters in our building at all. So I think it's unfair to think just because a building has a number of rental units that it's going to be a constant stream in and out of renters coming in and out, because that happens in all of our buildings across Adams Morgan, regardless if it's rental or not. And that's just something that we deal with, being the most densely populated and congested part of the district, which is also the reason we live here, because of the amenities it brings to us. So I support the project. Traffic's always an issue we'll always deal with, but I think if we provide more housing options that allow people to live in a part of the district where they would not need a car, and we help to support better transit and hopefully support the circulator, that will reduce the need for individuals to feel the need for a car.
Thank you for those thoughts. Similar note, 1C03 is also pretty dense, lots of different types of housing, but traffic, especially related to delivery and moving trucks, is often a big issue. I have personally directed traffic because of it before, and people have almost gotten into fistfights, but they didn't, so that was good. But if it comes to it, in my mind, just speaking for myself, if we're deciding between parking stress and the stress of not being able to find an affordable place to live in a city that has pushed a lot of people out. I'm willing to defend a position of absorbing a little bit more parking stress to get some more vouchers and some other affordable units. So really appreciate all of the effort and all of the discussion here. Any other commissioners have thoughts that they want to share, questions they want to ask? Anyone in the community?
I just want to be clear, how many units will be set aside for the, other than market rate?
So no units would be at market rate. 2 units would be included in the IZ program. And all 18 other units that are not included in the IZ program would be provided in the housing voucher program at below market rate.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay, and I understand now.
All right, thank you. And there's a bit of a discussion in the chat just to communicate here. There's an earlier comment made about statistically the rate of car ownership by income segment. I believe that the point, please correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Falaschini, is that in general, as income plateau, that the lower income group of people is the total amount of cars predicted or likely to have that group owned is lower. Not to say every single person will own 0 cars. It's just if you have 50 people with different income segments, one group is more likely, if they have more money, to have 1 to 2 cars per people, the other like half to 1. So it's just a statistical stress measurement on how parking will be affected. All right, I've said enough. Any other comments before we vote on this? All right, there's a question before. I'll move. Commissioner Shapiro.
I would move an amendment that we only approve this contingent upon the developer including a covenant that all moving vehicles will utilize the rear entrance.
All right, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? It looks like there's no second. The motion does not go forward. So yeah, I'm going to move to support the exception to the parking. I'm really happy to see really a lot of proactive activity on our commission side, especially Commissioners Falaschini, Michelson, Horowitz, some others, and the developers. Really a refreshing reminder that people can want to develop property in ways that is as best possible, something that is really good for the community. And there's a lot of needs to meet. So I'm hoping that this will be something that can meet some of them. And I really appreciate your time tonight. Can I get a second on the motion?
There's a point of order. There is a comment in the chat that we didn't open it up for public commentary. I thought that we did, but why don't we just maybe do that again in case others still wanted to speak?
Definitely did, but yeah, let's do it. Look at one person with a hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good evening. I'm a little bit speechless about the fact that this meeting on this project has been going on like so fast without even making sure that the residents on Euclid Street had a voice to say. I mean, most of you do not live in front of that building. We are a group of residents in this on this block who oppose that project, especially the waiving of the parking. And you make a decision as ANC commissioners. You're not supposed to make a decision before hearing out, the public, which has not been the case tonight. And there are some people tonight, some residents who have also some arguments and some critics about that project. And I am one of them. And you don't even allow the person who is adjacent to that property having a word. This is not how ANC is supposed to work. So, I am gathering a group of people who oppose, the waiving of the parking at the scale of that project at 1722 and 1724 Euclid Street. We need to preserve single-family housing and the path to the middle class. This is the mayor's policy, and this is also the policy of the comprehensive plan, which none of you in this situation has raised the comprehensive plan as well as the recook overlay. I request the ANC, I kindly and respectfully request the ANC to ask for continuance for the BZA hearing on May 10th. So that gives, the people who lives in that neighborhood to give time, you know, to make all the necessary, you know, development on their own to be able to address that situation. Also, I was very shocked when you talked about dealing with the ANC. Don't you forget one thing, this is our street. This is not your street. You talking about the ANC. What about us? What about, you know, getting in touch with the residents, with the people who live on Euclid Street, who are going to be definitely affected by that project. And it's not the fact we're against development. In our block, just one block between 17th Street and Ontario Road, we're going to have an addition of 42 apartments, condos, and rentals. This is a matter of right, but it used to be 4 units. Now the developers are going to 8 units, sometimes 12 units, now 22 units. Okay, you don't even say anything about the comprehensive plan, which is also a part of the recook overlay that we fought very hard for years about the quality of life, the density, the noise, the traffic. I am also questioning the FAR. I am questioning also the fact that there is also a green area ratio that is part of the zoning. RA2 is supposed to be moderate density, not high density. And I understand about the inclusionary zoning, but if you're talking about inclusionary zoning, low income, you know, affordable housing, you're also talking, and the way you're building this construction, you're talking about ADA. That means that maybe some people, have you ever thought about the fact that the ADA people might need also parking spaces because they cannot use public transportation?
Thank you so much for your thoughts.
So, you know, I am also, we are also concerned about the fact that, you know, the legacy of the recook overlay in the recook neighborhood is not to be higher than what it is in the legal height of the overlay. It's moderate density. You're requesting a special exception for parking, which fall under a different category. We are not for the fact that 22 units, and understand that, you know, not everybody can own a car, but think about the ones who can have a car because they need a car to go and work. You know, affordable housing is also for teachers. They need cars to go to different schools. You know, nurses and other people who need a car. Why haven't you thought about them? Those have cars, they're not going to be luxury cars, but those have cars that they can buy, refurbished cars, and they will need a parking. Just for that reason, I am not for waiving the parking, you know, requirement.
Thank you. You've made your point. I think your time has
Listen
expired.
to your constituents. You're not listening to your constituents because you haven't reached out to us. You haven't reached out to the group of people who oppose that. You have been reaching out to 2 people who are in favor of that project. One is a real estate agent and the other one is a developer who's going to build next to my house. What about us? I don't think this is fair. And I hope that the main person who's going to be affected by that project is going to be able to talk after I'm done.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. We'll point out that the fact that you were able to say all of that and go over time contradicts the claim that there's no public input. Very much welcome to public input. Very happy to have it, even if it's contradicting the majority view of the commission. So thank you for that. And to remind everyone, this is an item regarding parking. It is not regarding building density or height. So just to keep that clear. Looks like there's 1 or 2 other people who also now want to comment. One very well named Peter, please go ahead.
I'm Peter Lyden. I live at 1726 Euclid Street, and this is one of my new neighbors. The gentleman who's come here and has put a monster building right next to my house. And I was not aware of these IZ changes. I never heard a word of it. So Mr. Mr. Francini, my SMD commissioner, I would really appreciate knowing what you people are agreeing to. And this is a very dense block. I remember a few years ago, I would talk to our postman, and I asked him how our neighborhood compared in mail volume to other neighborhoods, and he said this is one of the top blocks in our areas in the city. And it's, I got 16 houses on one side, we got 17 on the other, and there's at least 2 units in every one of them. And when I say unit, I mean house can be 3 floors plus a basement apartment. And many of it, now we're losing it, traditional family housing now to condos. And it's 4, like Benedict said, we've got 1 per floor. And we've got another one across the street, which is being gutted out right now. It's a double, and it's going to be 12. And all of a sudden, everything is just fine. Euclid Street, among other things, in addition to just being a street, happens to be a throughway between 18th Street and Georgia Avenue. We have a lot of traffic comes down this street. So making design elements, bringing in a building that's going to affect the street, it is a lot more than just, oh, well, it's all going to go away. No, it's not. I wish I had a nickel for every time I sat out on my front porch and watched a traffic jam having a mess of it, because it's a very, very busy street, even though it's not so designated as an arterial or what. It's not even a feeder. So, but I asked my SMD representative to put up a motion today that the ANC would send a letter down to the zoning commission and request a continuance so the neighbors could assess this. Every neighbor I've talked to, when they get a lay of this, they're standing there practically with their hair standing on their head, standing on end. They're upset. They want to know, and they don't. And I understand the developer has twice tried to get in touch with me. He wanted to talk to me, but unfortunately, my wife works part-time for a CPA, and she has been tied up in the zoning, not zoning, tax season. She's been working 6 days a week, and that makes me a house husband go-getter. So I haven't been able to get out and keep in touch with what's been going on. So to have one meeting and have the decisions made that are going to affect my house and this block is just ludicrous, and you're not being representative.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. One thing I will point out is that depending on the dispute or the question, ANCs are not always the only mechanism for people in the community to be involved in the legislative process. And when it comes to zoning, abutting neighbors definitely in some circumstances can have a role. So as we said, this is about a very specific request for a very specific type of exception to parking. It is a by right property, so questions of density and height and things like that just really aren't in the purview of what this particular agenda item is dealing with. Definitely something we can discuss, but we have a couple other hands up. Taylor, I believe you're next on the list. Welcome.
Thank you, and I appreciate you all listening to us so late. I just want to back up Commissioner Shapiro and your request here for a requirement that moving trucks need to be in the rear. This street should really only be one way. In actuality, the streets surrounding it, headed east to west are only one way. And I live at 1725 and own a unit at 1725 Euclid. And it's really not even feasible to have a moving truck there in normal situations. And in a unit this large, especially 22, which I agree with the others is ridiculous on this street. There's no way that a moving truck is going to be able to be there as often as it is. And I agree with you all that the lower income residents typically don't own cars, but just because something is statistically significant in a population doesn't mean that that's going to be the case here. And it's not really sound public policy to be able to correlate those exactly just because of statistical significance in something else. So I think we have to evaluate the way the neighbors feel, and especially us that live on the street and have issues, getting in and out all the time moving trucks and trying to, I mean, even navigate with bikes. There's a safety issue with bikes trying to get up and down the street in no bike lane and trying to have moving trucks there. So, I really, sort of ask, I think, Commissioner Shapiro's request was very reasonable, and that others listened to that. I'm sort of surprised it wasn't even a second to allow for some more discussion, and just a dismissal on something like that seemed extremely reasonable to me. Thank you.
Thank you for those thoughts. One is probably a good opportunity to point out, it's a very inconvenient balance where we as commissioners are sworn to think in the best interest of the District of Columbia and not necessarily a specific block of this chunk of the city we represent, which brings up uncomfortable conversations and difficult balances for what we support. But I think this is an interesting example of kind of specifically that. So I just wanted to add that. Commissioner Laughlin, you have your hand up.
Just to add again about the moving trucks and the requirement, to ask for a requirement that the moving trucks be in the rear, then we would need to also ask of the residential homes, single family homes, when they have a moving truck, do we also want to ask them to have their moving trucks in the rear? We have to find a compromise in a middle ground, and our streets can only accommodate so many things. And so if you ask a particular building based on the perception that they'll have more rotation of people in and out, moving in and out because they're renters, is not necessarily fair, because we know that in single family homes, a lot of movement also happens too. So will we also be requiring them to be in the back? Like, our streets are busy. That is a fact of life in Adams Morgan, and it's not just on Euclid. So I think we just have to find compromises and improve other more holistic and systemic things to improve traffic congestion in Adams Morgan, and attacking this particular project or the parking space is not going to fix that problem overnight.
Thank you for those thoughts. I agree with that as well. Commissioner Shapiro, go ahead.
It is the idea that we would have to go on to single families. This developer is asking for relief from the parking requirements. If he wanted to build, I don't know how many, 16 units instead of 22 by right, would he be even coming to us? I don't know. But in other words, he could have built X number of units by right with the number of parking spaces that he has, and he could have eliminated this discussion. He's chosen to take it another step. Now, the fact that he comes to us and asks us for relief opens us up to the fact that we can talk to him about something like moving trucks, like parking, or as Jake and have done, inclusionary zoning. All right. So once you open the door is open. So if you don't want to open the door, just go by what you can do by right. I mean, it's that simple.
Thank you, Commissioner. Looks like we have a couple of new hands still. There's someone who called in from an area code 248 number. I think you hit *9, something like that. You got it. Okay.
Hi, yes, I also live across the street on the block. I think one of the biggest concerns, outside of the moving trucks is just the general stuff that's going to happen for an additional, 20 units. And I can understand that some other people live in 30-unit buildings and they can tell me that it's not that bad, but it's a nightmare here. I don't think you understand the amount of chaos that this street has every single day. And I just don't think any of you guys are respecting that. I don't think the developer is respecting that. The developer has not reached out to any of the neighbors that I know of. And I know why. And that's because we would have said this is going to be a big concern. We want, affordable housing, but if people are going to be moving in and out of a 200 square foot apartment. So I appreciate your guys' concerns, but I just don't feel like you're addressing them, and just rather, bypassing those types of concerns. Thanks.
Thank you for your thoughts. I will add, just on a personal note, I moved into Adams Morgan into a townhome with 10 other people. I at least have some personal experience with having a lot of people in the same house. I also note that I'm pretty sure that age and race-wise, we were the most diverse household on the street. So just for that, not to say that that dictates every decision we collectively make, but at least some of us have some personal and secondhand experience with those needs. So I hope we are really taking those into account. Commissioner Fauschini, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate again that this is completely allowed by DC's zoning code. the commission and commissioners have zero ability to impact that. Zero. This is the density and the FAR and the height that is allowed by DC's zoning code. And if you don't like that, then you need to address the zoning code. But this is not the appropriate place for that discussion.
Thank you. Important note. We do have a few more hands. Keith Parsons, looks like you're next. Welcome.
Hey, what I think is just sort of curious about all this is that the idea that there's going to be some sort of disruption for moving trucks seems it seems hypothetical. I don't see that we've been presented any real evidence that is going to actually happen. And I mean, I've moved a lot in my life. Lord willing, I've been in Adams Morgan for a while and will stay here. But, you know, sometimes I moved in a car. Sometimes I schlepped my stuff in the metro. Sometimes I took a moving truck. And I certainly wasn't, you know, dominating a street like clockwork every such and such number of days or weeks. So, you know, I think this is sort of much ado about something that may not come to pass. So I think it'll be okay. And we live in a great neighborhood, and I appreciate all y'all commissioners keeping your eyes on the ball, making the city and the neighborhood better.
Thank you so much for those thoughts. Eric B., you're next. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make two quick points. One being that those that have, you know, comments or further opposition to this project due to its parking relief ask, should have, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll have the ability to go before the Board of Zoning during the hearing and make their case known. Additionally, they can submit written comments. Often it's best to submit written comments in advance and go to the actual meeting and voice your opinion. My second point is to what Commissioner Shapiro had brought up regarding his request for the moving truck. Once a developer is asking for an exception to something, in this case parking, it does open up, you know, kind of Pandora's box to negotiate anything. If the neighborhood decides, okay, to give you the parking relief, you're going to have less density, just the same as Commissioner Falsini had moved forward that, okay, in order to have my support or your support for the parking relief, I want to have additional IZ units or single family units. Therefore, that again has nothing to do with parking, but yet it was a negotiated thing. So people that, if greater density means, or if you want to allow parking relief, but in return you get X, Y, and Z, that can be pretty much anything. So I want to put that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Just do one more check. Anyone that's in attendance, if you have further thoughts on this item, this would be the time to bring them up, or a time to bring them up. All right, and I apologize if there's any confusion on public participation. We very much welcome it. All right, so let's see, where were we? I believe we have.
I think you have a resolution to pass that needs a second. Isn't that where we left it off?
Yeah, so there's no motion currently on the table. We're discussing an agenda item. I'm now moving for us to support this exception. Is there a second on the motion?
I second.
All right, so at that, we will vote on the matter at hand. All those in favor of supporting the request for a parking exception for this development project on Euclid, please say aye.
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 Do we have anyone opposed? One in opposition. Any abstentions? The motion passes 7-1. All right, it's been 3 hours. if anyone's not opposed to it, I think we should take 5 minutes just to get water and go to the bathroom, because I think the last item is a bit, okay, let's just do that. It's 10:02 on my clock, about 10:07, let's reconvene. Just a temporary pause. I need water.
This was quite the first meeting for Commissioner Jones.
Welcome to the commission.
Not
done yet.
No, not even close.
I have 10:07. We don't really need one person to moderate for the time being, so let's get to it. So we have one more item on the agenda this evening. Thank you to everyone that has waited the first 3 hours of our meeting. Let's hope it's not 3 more, but if that's what it takes. There is one issue, the issue at hand on our agenda is from the PZT committee as well as the first item that we discussed in this segment. It is consideration of supporting a zoning special exemption for, excuse me, consider adopting a resolution regarding a support of a map amendment, pardon me, to rezone at 1617 U Street Northwest. That is, to the best of my knowledge, where fire department, police department have facilities. It's been in the discussions for some time to get this process moving. as a city to redevelop this public land. Commissioner Foskey, you have anything you want to introduce this with?
I do, thank you. So again, Commissioner Dixon is away this month, and so this came out of PZT. This was his resolution, to be clear, but I'm happy to do the introduction of it. So you read the title. The resolution is supporting the map amendment proposed by DEMPED for this site from MU4 to MU10. First off, I just want to lead off with jurisdictional issues. So unfortunately, ANC 1C is actually not the ANC of record for this site anymore. It's actually ANC 1B. We were not included in any of the initial emails by DEMPED to the commission telling them that this map amendment was taking place. And so we had much less lead time to actually deal with this because we only found out almost by accident when I checked the ISIS report for the site and found out that it was moving. And we did not actually receive any sort of notification at all from DEMPED about this map amendment when it first took place. So our reaction time to this is a little bit delayed because we didn't get the initial notification because we're no longer the ANC of record. I will just note for everyone here that's frustrated that we are not actually the ANC of record anymore. We notified the neighborhood that this section of Adams Morgan was being claved off into a new ANC at the end of last year and pleaded with the community to come out and oppose the redistricting of this part of Adams Morgan into a new ANC, and no one showed up. So all y'all that are coming on tonight to complain about the fact that we no longer have a voice in this process probably should have shown up to oppose the fact that this section of our ANC was cleaved off against the opposition of the ANC during the redistricting process. So I just want to open with that. Not that I'm still upset about that at all. Second, we, despite not representing the area anymore, have really tried to inform our neighbors about the project that is happening here. And, you know, we apologize if not everyone did hear about it, but we have tried to get our thoughts out to the neighborhood and to let folks know that this was taking place. We heard this resolution in our PCT committee meeting this month, and the resolution has been publicly available since a day before the PCT meeting that took place more than 2 weeks ago. So just so folks know how long this has been out there. Third, I just want to let folks know that I know that there's a lot of misinformation that is going around about this site through various sources. I would highly recommend that everyone get their information from official sources. The official sources for real information on this site is DEMPED, ISIS, and the laydown and the set down report. So I would highly recommend that everyone please try to work off of the primary information that is sourced there, because those are the official documents for this rezoning classification request. Fourth, we are in support of, or this resolution is in support of changing the rezoning of the site from MU4 to MU10. And that would allow for a maximum of 100 feet to be a building be built up to 100 feet. But also only 80% of the site can be built even at the maximum amounts of affordable development housing on the site. And also it still has a floor area ratio of 7.2, which actually means only 72% of the square footage, cubic square footage of the site could be built upon. And also there are several provisions for setbacks for any sort of penthouse that would go in. And so that would also further restrict the total amount of square footage that goes in on the site. And from the mock-ups that I've seen from some neighborhood groups, it doesn't actually account for most, if not any of that. And so it's kind of a hyperinflated sizing of what this might look like, as opposed to the reality of what this would look like once all of those other restrictions come into place. Fifth, any project that is eventually built on the site will have to go through a neighborhood vetting process. As the set down report makes clear, quote, because the property is district owned, any future lease, disposition, or RFP would include ANC and neighborhood participation in the process and in the design of future construction on the site. Now that we know that our ANC is not the ANC of record, we will be exceptionally proactive to make sure that we are included in that process. And we will do our best to make sure that the neighborhood is as informed as possible of what's taking place. Sixth, any project, and finally, any project that is eventually built on the site will be required by law to have a substantial amount of affordable housing. This is much higher than would be required of any other private developer in the space, because it is district land. As the set down report makes clear, the property is owned by the district, and any disposition and development of the property will be subject to affordability requirements of District Law 10801. Under that law, at least 30% of the units would be affordable. In addition, for rental units, at least 25% would be for very low income residents who would pay no more than 30% of their income towards housing costs. So this is one of the rare opportunities that we actually get in our neighborhood to create truly affordable housing for the neighborhood. And the higher we go, the more density we allow, the more affordable housing that creates for the neighborhood. And we know that more housing lowers prices overall for neighborhoods. This is known by all housing experts. This is not an argued thing. This is like climate science. Like 99% of housing experts agree that the more that you build, the less it reduces prices overall. And we also know that building more affordable housing definitely decreases overall housing prices for those that most need it. With that, will just say that with all of the other exceptions that we have built out about setbacks and lower height allowances on B Street and on 17th Street, I am still very much in favor of this map amendment in order to make sure that we are building the kind of more housing along a dense corridor portion of our neighborhood, and B, more affordable housing for our neighborhood, because that is one of my highest priorities as a commissioner. And with that, I'll open it up.
Yeah, thank you so much for all that. I will just comment, you mentioned the redistricting. I was on the task force that did the redistricting for Ward 1 for ANC's, pardon me. I did speak out saying that we probably shouldn't. I was actually opposed to the change, which put this section of Adams Morgan, the Stryver section, into 1B. If it didn't happen, it was a process. Other neighborhoods had similar things happen that some people were for, some people were against. But that said, this is not an ANC. I'd reached out because I would want to make sure I was getting my facts straight. ANC 1B has had this on 3 different agendas and has passed a resolution. There's another ANC, which is actually technically closer than us, which is ANC 2B. They have also passed a resolution, both of them in support of supporting the zoning change from MU4 to MU10. Just a couple of thoughts. I tried. We didn't keep this part 1C. I'm sorry. Commissioners, thoughts, comments, questions?
Did you say supporting the zoning change, or?
Both of them supported the zoning change, to the best of my knowledge. I reached out to
the identity building.
Yeah. So, and I also reached out to Councilmember Nadeau's office, because I did see there's a bit of talk that this happens sometimes, being secretly pushed so that there's no public input. In addition to the multiple meetings at multiple ANCs that are arguably just as important in this process as 1C. Councilmember Nadeau's office reminded me that this is just one step in a longer series of steps. This is to determine what the maximum possible type of construction project could happen on this property that is owned by the district. And then there will be subsequently many other opportunities, regardless of if there's a change to the zoning or not, for people in the community to become involved with what type of properties and buildings they would like to see on that particular plot. I anticipate being able to be a part of that. This is just one of those multiple moments. So I think it's important to point that out as well. Does that address your question, Commissioner Jones?
Is there anything preventing them? Now, this should be self-answerable. Is there anything preventing them from selling the city from selling the property to a private developer?
I guess I wouldn't be the person to ask. I would have to ask the city.
It has to go through, they have a whole litany of procedures for it. That, you know, that it doesn't prevent it, but it makes it so that developers have to come in with plans. They don't just say, hey, you want this, do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
Each one of the RFPs for district projects involves inclusionary zoning, involves home ownership cases. Sometimes it involves retail. I assume there's no retail here.
Okay.
This is a significant issue for much of my ANC, and it's one of the comments that I've heard is that it's the idea of having a low-income housing on U Street is great, but you're doing it at the cost of the neighborhood. And the city, if it wanted to, could take and build a building there at at MU4 and have as much low-income housing as they're going to have at 10. It would just cost the city more money. So I mean, this is if the city is going to have it has the money in the housing trust fund to do it on its own without going to a private developer.
Are you saying cost versus what could be made if it weren't?
Well, yes, it will cost the city more money to do it on its own without the market rate housing, or with a very small percentage of market rate housing. But the city could provide just as much low-income housing at that location. It just will cost more money, and they have the money. So the answer that I hear from my neighborhood is no, they're opposed to it. It just doesn't fit. The larger building, and you talk about setbacks, that it's still going to be at some point, it will be a 10-story building.
I don't have anything to do with it.
Thank you for the thought. One point that I will add, none of us were commissioners at the time. Pardon me, I'm really dry throat. None of us were commissioners at the time that the resolution passed. I think it was 2019, but there was at one point movement in ANC 1C to support locating a library within ANC 1C. This has been in discussions as a potential site for that to happen. It wouldn't at this point be ANC 1C, but it's very close. To the best of my understanding, from what I've been informed from city government officials, the likelihood of something like that, or specifically that happening, is significantly higher if zoning changes happen, so that there's more space to be able to have multi-purpose use of the plot. That is an important point I think is worth bringing, just because.
And the flip side is the city's not going to have money to expand anything.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The city's not going to have money to expand anything on an operating basis, because we're in dire straits. Councilmember Nadeau is doing a phenomenal job. She really is in terms of getting things for her constituents. But there's going to come a point where we're going to be a very cash-strapped city.
I definitely am glad I'm not having to make the budget decisions this year. Commissioner Michelson Horowitz, go ahead.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Thanks. I want to push back a little bit on the notion that higher density is at the expense of the neighborhood. I think this is a rare opportunity for us to get significant affordable housing, and I think this resolution can and will push for a developer to exceed the minimum requirement, and we can't enforce that ourselves, but we can use our leverage as ANC to push for that prioritization. And I think, to the extent that it takes some market rate housing in the building to get more affordable housing, this, at least along the U Street side, this is a transit rich, commercial rich area. There are other tall buildings nearby, and I think that our resolution can and should be clear about the kind of development we want overall, and about the kind of developments we envision for the future, which could include more publicly built affordable housing and social housing and things that are being, concepts that are being developed. So I am generally in support of higher density to support the businesses in our neighborhood, to support more transit coming in, and to, of course, house more of our neighbors who are finding it harder to live in the neighborhood with rising rents. This is a great opportunity to get a new police station and a new fire station, and hopefully a new library, and maybe some retail, get more density in exactly the kind of place that we needed along U Street. I do respect the neighbors on V Street and 17th wanting that lower density side of the building, so I have some suggested language that I put together to sort of raise up those concerns, which were already in our resolution, but perhaps raising the profile. I hope that maybe if I share those, they could be considered friendly amendments, and I'm happy to share those. And also I drafted some language to address some of the questions and concerns, whether or not they are founded, about the kind of bidding process, and the kinds of services we want. So just to make our resolution as comprehensive as possible, even if the primary statement is about the rezoning, but go to all aspects of the project, that we've been hearing from neighbors.
Well, as the commissioner that's kind of handling this this resolution, I would be happy to consider those amendments if you'd like to add them in as potential friendlies. Would you just read them off, please?
Sure.
Add
So
them in line to the document once we're done reading them.
Point of order, sorry, just so we do this properly, we should probably have a motion on the floor before we propose amendments. So I'll just move.
Yeah. Okay, and maybe I'm happy to leave the floor open for comments, before I read out, those amendments. And I have the document, of course, but I wish there were a way I could show it, but I guess I can read them.
I'm just
Good-
wondering, it came
good
from
point of order.
So yeah, I'll move that we consider supporting this, and now we can debate and recommend amendments. Go ahead.
Below the resolved line in bold in the document, I'm going to just sort of read the paragraphs, and if the amendments are agreed to, I'm happy to send the text for it to be added. So I say, purpose of the site. The redevelopment of the site is a unique opportunity to transform a low-rise city-owned property that is in a transit-rich and commercially vibrant corridor into significant new affordable housing. In general, ANC 1C supports a plan for the site that includes high-density housing in such a manner that will promote affordability and the welfare of the neighborhood's current and future residents.
We'll just point out with friendly amendments is it just takes one person to oppose and we can go to a vote, but if no one opposes the addition, it's made as a friendly change. Commissioner Faustin, you were about to say something?
Just I take that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah. All right.
Equitable housing. We support maximizing the percentage of the building dedicated to affordable housing units, with at least 50% of the residential square footage of the site dedicated to affordable units. We support the inclusion of a significant number of family-sized units, 3+ bedrooms, and deeply affordable, up to 60% AMI units as part of the affordable housing investments at the site. The possibility of ownership would also help meet goals of equity and legacy homeownership.
I take that as a friendly amendment.
And then fit and impact on the immediate community. Considering the broad and varied context of development around the site, we support development that acknowledges the goal to stabilize the area north of the site, which is designated as a, quote, neighborhood conservation area in the comprehensive plan. Recognizing the low density residential properties on V Street and 17th Street, we support significant setbacks, e.g. lower building height and or dedicated street level green space on the north and west sides of the property, and encourage DemPed to conduct a study on daylight access and to adjust the RFP requirements accordingly. We also support noise mitigation interventions for residents as part of the RFP.
I take that as a friendly amendment.
Process and transparency. We support a redevelopment process that is transparent and fronts voices of those impacted, including immediate neighbors, all residents of the U Street corridor, and residents of the surrounding areas, and strongly believe that DemPed should hold the release of an RFP until after the zoning map amendment determination is made. We support a competitive bidding process that prioritizes developers who will commit to the goals stated in this resolution, foremost the maximization of affordable housing units. We strongly oppose any non-competitive process that results in the transfer of the property below its appraised value without such commitments, or the use of unnecessary tax abatements. We further support the selection of a developer with unionized and local labor commitments and a strong track record for worker safety, successful building inspections, and respect for tenants' rights.
I take that as a friendly amendment.
Sustainability goals. We recommend taking advantage of the setbacks on the V Street and 17th Street sides of the building to provide green plantable roof terraces with native plantings, permeable paving, low impact landscaping elements, and as much publicly accessible, usable space as possible. Pursuant to DC Law 24177, Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act of 2022, we recommend that the 1617 U Street development should be constructed to a net zero energy standard as an exemplary model of pending DC-wide environmental milestones. In addition to the net zero energy standard requirement, which addresses energy and emissions, we recommend that the 1617 U Street development be designed to LEED Platinum to address other environmental/human health concerns such as indoor air and water quality, healthy building materials, stormwater management, etc.
I take that as a friendly amendment, and I can literally hear Margaret's or Commissioner Stevens's heart sing from here.
I will say that paragraph was mostly not changed, perhaps just a sentence brought in from another section. But thank you, Margaret, for Commissioner Stevens for the input on that. I'm really excited to see these commitments. Public library, and I did change the section just a little bit. We support the creation of a new library branch at the site, which would benefit current and future residents and is at the heart of an underserved section of the district.
Friendly, accepted.
And lastly, furthering affordable housing, we support the consideration of new models of affordable housing development, including social housing or new city-owned public housing for future developments affecting our neighborhood.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sure, I'll read it again. This section I added furthering affordable housing. We support the consideration of new models of affordable housing development, including social housing or new city-owned public housing for future developments affecting our neighborhood.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
That's all of the amendments that I have to offer.
I got one.
Hey, Commissioner.
Really small, and apologize if this was addressed, I might have missed it. In the equitable housing section, I propose changing just the phrasing in the parentheses up to 60% AMI to say both 0 to 30% and 30 to 60%, just to emphasize that the 0 to 30 is something that's important as well as, you know, the 30 to 60.
Great, second reamendment.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Commissioner Shapiro, go ahead.
Concerning the percentage of low-income housing, of inclusionary housing in it, you had stated 50% of the total floor area, and it should be 50% of the residential floor area. If you do 50% of the total floor area, and you're still going to have a fire station and a police station there, then it's just going to be low income because you're already losing 20% to the fire and police stations, plus a prospective library.
So I apologize if I read it incorrectly. What I wrote was with at least 50% of the residential square footage of the site.
That's what it needs to say. The other thing is when it comes to platinum, to LEED platinum, it's expensive. You know, it's very, very expensive. So what you're doing is you're taking a building where you want to try and keep your costs down, you know, and you're adding on something that you don't have to add on. You know, the city already has provisions for rooftop gardens and for non-porous, you know, for in terms of water retention. I don't think this would be big enough to require the underground things, the tanks. But to make it LEED platinum, it's just going to add one more cost to a building that you don't want to be adding cost to. Is it a great thing? Absolutely. But it's not necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners have thoughts, comments, questions that you want to address?
Well, I want to address the Commissioner Shapiro's comments there. So I don't know. Okay, this would be LEED gold already automatically by virtue of 10-801. All right. So just adding that one bump up to platinum, I don't know that it would be that much more expensive. I think where possibly the cost is going to come in is the net zero. But the reason I'm putting that in there is that by 2026, all new construction, including major renovations, have to be net zero. So by the time this is designed, permitted, all of that, and built, is going to be 2026. And if it's not built to net zero, it's just going to be a hunk of junk. I mean, might as well just light all our money on fire, you know, because it's going to be way behind the times. I mean, so, and this is, and I will agree with actually everyone. Here's a point of unity right here. I'll agree with everyone on this call. This is a major deal. It could be really terrible or it can be really wonderful. Let's make it really wonderful. And I think especially in the sustainability area, because let's look at it this way. No kidding. Only one police station or fire station right now is sucking up more energy and spewing out more emissions than this whole development will do if it's net zero. How incredible is that? So let's go for the best, because, you know, again, that is what's going to really serve us moving forward, moving into the future. But, you know, also, as we've all discussed, everyone on this call, they're using public land. They're asking for a major height change and density change. So I think they owe this to us. You know, we're not going to just let them, you know, take it and walk away. We want something. I want this to be good, not just good. I want it to be great. And also, you know, in terms of integrating these terraces and so forth, you know, when we get more into the design thing, maybe I can share some images of what I'm thinking, but, you know, very forward thinking in terms of the greenery being integrated all throughout this building, this build. It's not just like, you know, a couple of patios, you know, so it's going to be a whole nother idea. So that's all. I get passionate. I'm sorry. That's all.
Thanks for sharing those thoughts. Any other thoughts before we open it up to the general public? Any other commissioners want to chime in? I mean, just to add one more note, I can tell that most, if not all of us, have really been trying to, with this and others, address quite a bit of nuance. That's the resolution I see, at least on the floor at the moment, which is trying to address a lot of points, which is, historically a very complicated question, which is we want more people, at least I do, to be living in the district and to be able to do so affordably. Where does that happen and at which costs? There's a lot of variables to try to assess. No one really has all the answers. We try to do the best we can. We have a budget of $0 to do it personally, or in terms of direct payment to us. So we have no staff to do this kind of thing like desk research. So we're trying our best, and I really appreciate it. I know that this can get very contentious and we have disagreements, and I really appreciate that we've been able to address those with some grace, and hope we continue to do so. Because like, as I said earlier, this is, as far as we can tell, the first of many steps, which will be the constant negotiations and discussions over what the future of this property might be. All right, let's open up to the public. I think we have some people here who might want to share some views. I've seen it in the comments, or in the chat section, excuse me. So if you're here and would like to speak regarding this item, please raise your hand. We will get you in the order that I can see them on my screen. It looks like the first hand up is from Vikram. Welcome to the chat.
Hey there, greetings everyone. Thanks for your service. Can you all hear me just fine?
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. I really respect all of the thoughtfulness and hard work that's gone into this resolution. I just wanted to add a little bit of analysis that I was able to do that may or may not be, relevant to the conversation. I wanted to understand quantitatively what this upzone actually meant in terms of the market value and the dynamics of the property. And this isn't back of the envelope math, but I've triple checked it. Please, someone check me. The MU4 to MU10 means 6 additional stories at 60,000 square feet of ground space on the site, which is 75% usable typically when you build, and it's at a 72% FAR. You do all that together and you multiply that by the $500 to $1,000 square feet that property goes for in the neighborhood. And what this resolution supports, and obviously the other ANCs are involved too, is about $100 to $200 million in market value. That's what's actually on the table, is about $100 to $200 million. And what I wanted to say is, if we just say, let's try to do some affordable housing, maybe 50%, we give away all our leverage right at the outset. And what effectively happens is you have developers come to the table smelling $100 million, and they put a lot of pressure in a lot of places to get as low as possible on the affordable side so that they can get as much of that 100 million or 200 million as they possibly can. So what I would encourage you all to do is think about the numbers and think about how does the community actually get the most leverage for what we want. And I think it is possible, and it has been done, to write very specific provisions into upzone exceptions like, 100% affordability. And there's no reason, as far as I'm concerned, not to do that. The only other thing I want to add is that, I work daily with DCPS school teachers, DCPS counselors, people that literally are raising our children. And a lot of them live in Anne Arundel County or Prince William, or have hour-plus long commutes that take them away from their families in order to do that, because they can't live here. And so what I would love to see is 100% affordability, with a substantial part of that targeted towards those kinds of folks, the nurses, the school teachers, the counselors, the people that are actually making a difference in the community a day at a time, that are not getting the 6- and 7-figure incomes that are required to actually purchase outright at market rates anymore, or to have to live in a 400 square foot or 600 square foot apartment with a full family. Those are the choices that the real people that are impacted by these affordability questions are dealing with. And if we just say right at the outset, go ahead and do it, then without actually hardwiring in some strong requirements, we just give away all our leverage, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars working against us now for what we want. So I just want to put that perspective out there, and I can share some write-up of what I just said if it will be helpful. Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I mean, I think that pretty broadly across the board, as commissioners, as a community, there are a lot of people who want more affordable housing, and we want more developers that are willing to do that in an amicable way. It seems like we had one that was on this very call this very evening, and we saw resistance to that, which is unfortunate in some cases. It's still warranted. I mean, people can be opposed to things if they want to, and that's the system we have in place in DC, specifically with ANCs. Just again, to reiterate, this is one of many potential discussions. This is specifically dealing with the potentiality of what could be constructed in terms of height and lot occupancy. This is not a resolution designed to say what particular types of land use we want to have go on this. That's something that is for many future meetings and also many past meetings that have already happened. Additionally, just to reiterate, not in ANC 1C anymore, 2 ANCs that probably have great weight, or at least more than us, have already voted in favor of this change. So it's plausible that this is a futile discussion tonight, but I still think it's worthwhile because we're getting a lot of public input, and I hope it's not futile, just for the record. Commissioner Falskini, go ahead.
You said what I was going to say. It's just, we're advisory, and in this, we aren't even the ANC of record. So we definitely cannot attach any sort of provisions to the land use for the site. We can make asks. That's all we can do. And our asks aren't even being required to be given great weight anymore because this section of our neighborhood was stolen from us.
Yeah, so I mean, that's an unfortunate. I think I've used the example of bananas before, but like if we were to, we could request wanting to put an airport on this particular piece of land. So the Senate Republicans would view us as a state, but it's not reasonable and we don't have to be listened to. So it's unfortunate, but I do appreciate all of the input. I think it does bring us a lot closer together in important ways. All right, we have a few other people. I'll stop talking. Bridget, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you guys so much for doing this and giving us an opportunity to talk. I am very sad that this is not part of your oversight anymore. I really sort of appreciated some of the process that we had in your group before with the Reed Row project long ago. I don't even know, Peter, maybe you were there. But I live right across the street from on 17th Street at V. And so this is a massive site. And I was just really disappointed with the ANC meeting, my first one with the group that it is, I guess, under now. And that was, for the most part, I think residents just want to feel really heard. And what I feel like was happening was it was just it was sort of these two camps of like pro-development and then the assumption and sort of condescending sort of feel that everybody else is anti-development and it's sort of a NIMBY sort of thing, when that's not my experience with what the neighborhood and neighbors are saying. People are very pro-development. People are very pro-affordable housing that I've talked to my neighbors. And I feel like the only thing they're doing and asking for is just some consideration and some representation about the scale and the size, which I know the higher you go, the more units you can get. But I also think there's got to be something in between, like going from an MU4 all the way to an MU10 on such a massive lot. When I think that there's also been a lot of misinformation, in previous meetings and other ANCs that say like, oh, there's these big buildings all around. Even on U Street, on our little area, there's two-story buildings. Vita, which is like the biggest thing around, is 4 stories. Balfour is the biggest one on U Street. That's 6 stories, but people all say it's much higher because it does have a basement too. So if you count the basement, maybe you could say 7. But we're talking about even on U Street, going all the way to MU10, when there's 2-story tiny historic row houses. Like, I am pro-development. I do want affordable housing. I hear most of my neighbors saying that, but I just would like some representation from our officials and just to be heard as like, I get all the benefits. I know Jake's wife, who is amazing and has talked to me about this, and I am so pro having it. I just want it to, I just would love to find some recognition that like there is also a benefit to the right density and the right scale, whether that's 8 stories or something. But the minute we give in and we say MU10, I just feel like we just have lost any chance of getting something that will be good for all the new people that come into this area. And I think Reed Row is one example where I don't know that much about it, but like I remember there was a developer that was like, wanted to change the overlay and the zoning, and everybody got together and they ended up finding a new developer that could make a lot of units within the existing footprint. And I'm not even saying existing footprint. I'm open. I think we should probably scale it up, but I just don't think we need to go all the way to MU10. And I would love somebody that's representing us in some ANC somewhere to just at least recognize that. So thank you for your time and for hearing me out.
Oh, thank you so much. Consider yourself more than recognized. Really appreciate the thoughts. I'm sorry to be haste, but we have a line. So next up is Ed Hanlon. Ed Hanlon. I'm not sure if that's an abbreviation or name.
Oh, hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
All right, I can never tell in these Zoom calls. I want to thank you for an extraordinarily long meeting. You must all be tired. I know I am. I'd like to make several points. The parcel is comprised of 11 separate lots of record. We keep talking about the police and fire station at 17th and U as if it were one lot. It's not. And there's no reason you can't ask the zoning commission to do different things with the back lots which face V Street and the side lots which face Seton Street, and something different and higher with respect to the lots which face U Street. Second, we've talked about the future land use map, but the generalized land use map published by OP actually splits this parcel in half, right down the middle from east to west, with the front half facing U Street treated as a neighborhood corridor and higher density. But the generalized land use map designates the back half of this parcel facing V Street as a neighborhood conservation area. And what does that mean? It means the guiding principle in neighborhood conservation area is to conserve and enhance the established neighborhoods. Limited development and redevelopment opportunities do exist within these areas. The diversity of land uses and building types in these areas should be maintained, and new development and alteration should be compatible with the existing scale and architectural character of the area. When you think about what that means, neighborhood conservation area, and you look at the 1600 block of V Street, surely you must see that building a 10-story building across from these row houses is not consistent with the existing scale and not consistent with the neighborhood conservation area or the generalized land use map. You have on the 1600 block of V Street 2-story row houses. You have on Seton Street 2- and 3-story row houses. By recommending and approving these map changes, you are approving change in the entire site with no distinction for the different sides which face the smaller houses on V, to M Street, to MU10, which is a 100-foot tall building, 10 stories high on all of this site. And that may not include the penthouse. You could, in fact, with the penthouse, be looking at a 120-foot building. Once this parcel is rezoned, the developer would be able to build as a matter of right. And I want to emphasize that. The developer will be able to build as a matter of right. And he'll be able to build a 100-foot high building. No variance will be required. And this parcel, if you looked at the map, is actually a carve out from the Strivus Historic District. So no historic preservation approval will be required for this building. If you approve this map change, you're going to lose significant control over the site. I was listening to Daniel, and Daniel's amendments I like, and they're well-meaning, and they're important. But unfortunately, they're not germane to the issue, which is whether or not this property should be upzoned to MU10. They're certainly relevant to an RFP, but not to the map amendment. The issue for the map amendment is simply, is the map amendment consistent with the comp plan, consistent with the future land use plan, and consistent with the generalized use map, land use map? And it's obviously not consistent with all three. And I want to say, do you fully conceptualize how big this building's gonna be. The parcel is 82,000 square feet, not counting public alleys which run through the property. The floor area ratio is 7.2 for an MU10. And what does that mean? It means that you can build 7.2 times 82,000 square feet, or you can build 600,000 square feet of floor space on this parcel. I want to emphasize 600,000 square feet of floor space across from these small row houses on B Street and on Seaton. This, but because you can only build on 65,000 square feet of the ground space, you're talking about a 9-story building. But because bedrooms have to have windows, you're going to have an inner court, and the building's going to kind of look like a donut. You're going to have at least a 10-story building on this site, and you're going to have it on all 4 sides of the building, because you're going to have an inner court, and the builder's going to be allowed to maximize FAR. So when you talk about these other issues of what you'd like to see on the site, those are relevant for an RFP, but not for this map amendment. If you approve this map amendment, you're going to lose control over how this site is going to be developed going forward. And I would just say, if I may, I think there's one other point. You know, the developer, we talked about affordable housing, but the developer can build less than 30% affordable housing. The developer gets credit under the regulations if there's a firehouse, a library, or other public facility on the property. So the developer is not going to build 30%, he's going to build less than 30%, or she's going to build less than 30%. And on top of that, the mayor can waive that requirement, and the developer can also ask that it be waived during the development process by arguing that it's not feasible to build all the IZ units that are contemplated. So I really want to ask you why you're doing this tonight when the hearing is not till the end of June. And do you think it's fair to all the neighbors in the surrounding streets not to make sure they're fully informed about just how big this building is going to be and how many hundreds of thousands of square feet of building space we're talking about? Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
So much. A couple of things. One, some requests in the chat for people from the community to identify themselves. That speaker has their name listed as E.D. Hanlon. Second, just to make this point clear, a commission does not approve things. We can support things. I think that's an important difference. We don't have the jurisdiction or authority to say what does or does not happen. We are a voice of the community to say this is what we think engaged people in this community say. It often is mixed things, often opposing views. We try our best, I hope, to find some nuance and represent those different views in a fair way. But again, we don't have authority to approve or disapprove plans. We can just say that we support and it can be considered. And in this case, there's a chance that might not even be given official great weight. All right, 2 more people that have their hands up. It looks like Marcy Logan. You're next on the list.
I couldn't agree more with Ed Hanlon and Bridget. I think that if you are going to vote tonight on the zoning, right?
There's a motion on the floor. We don't have to have a vote, but it's potential. Yeah.
Well, actually, you know, what Ed was asking for was a postponement, so we can, you know, talk about the situation to the residents more, because I don't think everybody's fully aware of what might happen there. And so I'm, you know, I've lived in the neighborhood since 1963, by the way, and I've been involved in meetings like this since the 70s. I don't trust developers. I've been a mini developer myself, but if you give them MU10, they're going to take it. They're not going to pay much attention to your caveats. I mean, I think it's wonderful that you have all these nice things to put in your caveats, but if you give them 10, they're going to take it. And, you know, take a look at the West End library development, see what happened there with that developer. I'm not going to go into details right now, but take a look at, I really think the District of Columbia needs to hang on to that. That property needs to remain public. Don't put it in the hands of a developer. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. And I hope that the 70s meetings were not 4-hour Zoom meetings. Next in line is Tarvasevi.
Hi all, thanks so much. So Jake, just wanted to make sure you know this because you said that the oft repeated statement that more housing means more affordable housing is as solid as climate science. I just want to like make sure you don't say that again because the latest research that I've done, and I've been asking everyone who keeps repeating that to give me some empirical evidence or something to back that conclusion. And the latest information I got was from David Meny, who's the legislative assistant for Councilmember Nadeau on these issues. And he explicitly said that one thing I wasn't able to get into is the academic literature on amenity effects, how new construction affects housing prices. It's actually quite a new field. There are only a handful of what I would call quality papers on the subject, and the results thus far are actually quite mixed. And then he proceeds to give those, you know, those few reports. And when I've gone through them, you know, there really isn't, I would not say that this is as solid as climate science ever again. Don't say that. I would not say that. And
I'm sorry, are you an academic or a PhD on housing policy?
no, I'm a constituent who keeps hearing people say more housing means more affordable housing.
Okay, that's
and we
great.
have 20
My
years of
wife
evidence
is
against
actually
that.
a
Are you allowed?
PhD in affordable housing, and so I will say what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Just a point of order to everyone. We'll keep this about issues, not people. Thank you for holding to that. Ms. Bisebi, you have the floor if you have any final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to, you can say what you want. I'm just letting you know that you're very wrong in saying that. So go ahead and keep saying wrong things, but constituents like me are going to keep correcting you because that is not proven to be true. And in fact, we have 16 years of evidence that more housing does not mean more affordable housing. Yes, you might have more units, but overall housing has not become more affordable for the people who live here. So go ahead and keep saying those lies if you want to, but just letting you know that even David Meny would say that it's not as solid as climate science. Thanks.
Appreciate your thoughts. Next in line is, it looks like the line is growing again. Please, everyone feel free to raise your hands now so we know what we're getting into. Chris O. Welcome back.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Can.
Hi, this is Chris Otten, the disembodied voice on Champlain Street, an Adams Morgan resident of 2 decades and 3 years. Holy cow, this time fly. I'm glad I stayed online as I'm being educated as we go, and hopefully I'll have some insights that may be useful for tonight's purposes. As land use is set by zoning, so this is indeed a big deal. I think others have said that already, but I appreciate all the voices on the line, and I hope some commissioners got my email about this project, and I hope even a few other neighbors roused by this suddenly have also sent in emails. I realize ANC 1C isn't technically in jurisdiction anymore due to the redistricting. By the way, I testified against that in writing. The ANC is choosing, though, to take a position on this, although it doesn't have to. So this is kind of why I've been, you know, and I presume this is going to go in on the record, on the public record at the Zoning Commission. And because of that, over the past week or 10 days, I've been communicating with the PZT committee about my concerns regarding the impacts of support for rezoning the 1.88 acre public site here at 1617 U Street from MU4 to MU10. Certainly no small matter. I do want to make any redevelopment here at the foothill of Adams Morgan really wonderful. And for me, that starts with considering impacts on the existing neighbors of Adams Morgan while trying to welcome new working class families. I'm personally of the opinion that the site can remain public and that the public can build the 200 units of affordable housing without density for market rate units that I believe may actually harm and displace existing affordable housing in the area and the longtime DC residents who live in them, just like at my co-op nearby up Champlain Street. Putting one's public control, though, or even housing supply dogma aside for a moment, the brass tacks, the rezoning starts the ball rolling for introducing a very large residential commercial building directly in our midst, and certainly will impact almost all of us daily. We'll see this, let alone the immediate community right there. Obviously, many questions remain unanswered, not necessarily the fault of the PZT or the ANC, but by the nature of the rush of the mayor, DemPed, Office of Planning to get this done and not doing the groundwork and outreach in the community that they actually are paid for. And, you know, I saw these machinations for the last major project in Adams Morgan, the Adams Morgan Line Hotel, of similar magnitude and disposition and rezoning involved. Actually, I think this is a bit bigger, yet there was far more consideration of the rezoning up there on Champlain Street. I was on the ANC, you know, back then when the hotel was starting to be discussed. And it not only included the discussion of the project itself, but all sorts of contortions done to shim the hotel project into that property, including the rezoning of the site. I'm proud to say I was invited by a group of my neighbors to analyze and fight for equity in that project to protect the existing affordable housing on Champlain Street from the obvious displacement pressures. And we did that for one building. Glad to talk to anybody about that. And I think Kristen Barden has some of those documents there as well. But back to the hotel rezoning application. It was certainly deliberated diligently among Adams Morgan widely. I attended probably a multitude of 5 times the number of open Adams Morgan specific community meetings about the hotel than what's happening here at 1617 U Street. It even included Spanish interpretation because indeed it was a big deal for Adams Morgan 10 years ago. And while still maybe everybody didn't engage or maybe didn't hear about it, far more Adams Morgan residents were involved than the big deal that's being proposed right now at the foot of Adams Morgan. To give this some more context, you've already heard it. There are no other properties or series of properties anywhere in the area or nearby designated this zone, MU10 high density, 0, nothing that comes close. The few existing buildings that may approach similar heights were built before zoning existed. But we're supposed to be using modern day planning standards now, and thus we all know this rezoning to a totally unique density and zone will have a precedent-setting impact permanently on our community. When I witnessed the hand waving aside of community asks for more time and engagement to hear more Adams Morgan voices by like some folks who say, oh, this is just the start of the process, or it's just about zoning, not about the actual project. These types of brush offs, whether purposeful or not, disregards the institutional memory of how the city and this very commission has handled things like this in the past. More frankly, I find it quite ignorant of the imminent impacts that rezoning to MU10 represents as a land use change of this serious magnitude. It's got to be taken far more seriously. Like myself, many of the community members have seen some of the potential images of the size and girth, and while maybe they aren't exactly right, I don't believe they're far off. The building born of this zoning will be very large against the context of the area, 100-foot tall, penthouse, 500,000. I mean, this has already been said. Some of the comments I heard tonight by the secretary about FAR somehow restricting lot occupancy seems so far afield. It further demonstrates how much more, not just our community, our ANC needs to be educated on what are fairly complex planning definitions. And we are owed explanations, not hand waving. Obviously, the impacts on the immediate vicinity, both during construction of a massive building and permanently just on the land use of our area, should be readily apparent to any layperson who may actually know that this is even being considered. That's the problem here. So I do want to point out, and I put this in the chat, even the neighboring ANC commissioner in 1B, who now represents the SMD where the site is located, voted no on the resolution when it was compelled through ANC 1B. Commissioner Kenzik at SMD 1B05 voted against the rezoning of the entire site to MU10 after talking to his neighbors on Florida V and 17th Streets and not getting guarantees from DemPed to mitigate the height and density along those streets. The zoning hearing is at the end of June 26th, I think. This commission has the time and wherewithal to postpone, ask for a special meeting and a community forum, widely advertised by the end of May, get the officials and people in the same room, have a real open dialogue about such an important project and rezoning application, and then still take a position at the beginning of June. To conclude, commissioners, the past has taught us, as with the engagement on the hotel, that more community engagement is not wrong. It is ethical, compassionate, and deserving. Certainly, we need more than the 2 weeks' time of review for this particular resolution tonight that even got amended tonight is supposed to represent our Adams Morgan mission and our neighborhood. And so I'm standing ready to help my commission advertise and get folks to a special meeting before this ANC's June meeting. We want DemPed in the room. We want the mayor in the room, maybe even Councilmember Nadeau. We want to understand truly what MU10 can do, both positive, but most importantly, the impacts that need to be studied with any major land use change. That has to be discussed before our ANC puts a rubber stamp on it. Thank you.
3 points I want to address. One, I find it a bit insulting to suggest we don't care. It's almost midnight, and this is our second meeting dealing with this issue. Secondly, there are multiple commissions that have had multiple meetings to discuss this, and there will potentially be future, well, presumably future ones. So the claim that this is not being discussed, I find to be inaccurate. And third, to the best of my knowledge, the commissioner who represents the specific single member district where this property lies is not Commissioner Kenzik. It is Commissioner Fields. I do not know how they have voted on matters if they have, but I think that might be an important point. Anyway, one other person has their hand up. Jay, thank you for your patience.
Hey there, everybody. Can you hear me?
You can.
Hey, everybody. Hey, I'm Jay. I lived in Adams Morgan for 2 years. I live a little bit more northwest now, but I still work and play in Adams Morgan. Always loved it, always will. I think that I really appreciate these last few comments. I really appreciate y'all for being here and having a really strong showing of what democracy looks like. This is it. And, you know, with that, I think that I would really just like to uplift the fact that things as they have gone in DC have resulted in a pricing up and a displacing out of a lot of communities. And I think that while this resolution of support is not something that's going to change and dictate what happens here, I think, and you look at the counter of not supporting this, would be impactful as well. So I think this is an important decision. I would also like to see more community engagement. Being an organizer, of course, I'm going to say that. And I think that postponing to invite that, I would also, you know, volunteer to connect that into this important change that could happen with neighbors that obviously care a lot about what happens with the buildings and their space. I think that that would be a very strong representation of democracy as well. So, and then just really appreciating the weight and the insight into rezoning this entire lot as MU10. It's a very weighty change. I think that there are a lot of people that would like to know about this that seems like haven't. And you know, just at the level of, again, pulling it back to what I started with DC having issues with gentrification and a removal of affordability across the city. I think the opportunity to do all we can in Adams Morgan to not think that trickle-down economics is something that works. It doesn't. And to recognize that if we're going to upscale to something of this size, I think the only thing in these moments to match the struggle that we're in is to make it 100% affordable housing. And I don't know if that's an amendment we'd want to do, but just to say that I think that this is a time where we're seeing we really need to put people over profits and people over business interest. And I think that there's pretty clear examples of how people have been hurting based on affordability of housing in our city. And I think that's very clear. So I think all we can do in the strongest possible way to advocate for that would be something that I'd really love to see from y'all. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you for your thoughts. Again, thank you for your patience. Hope that we're addressing a lot of these things. I think that, as we said earlier, affordability is something that this commission, I hope, takes seriously, and we have discussed at length on multiple occasions, including tonight. It's been a good discussion. Commissioner Shapiro, you have your hand up.
There we go. Last point, getting back to the issue of affordable housing, which really is not relevant here because we're talking about a zoning map amendment. But if the city wants to build affordable housing, the city has a housing production trust fund, which it can utilize to take everything that's built on top of a new fire station and a new police station and make it affordable housing. It's trying to ameliorate that expense by including market rate housing to some extent. And whatever numbers someone has come up with, say you got to have this percentage of market rate housing, are just numbers that people have come up with. The facts are it could be all affordable housing if the city were willing to pay for it. And if we want to do that, that's a different thing. This is a zoning map amendment. Moving this from MU4 to MU10 to an absolutely inappropriate size building. I'm not even sure that eight stories would be appropriate. Okay, but that's closer to what the Balfour is, which is 2016. And the idea that we're going to agree to a zoning map agreement based upon what might be a percentage of affordable housing, I think that's a little far-fetched. The facts are it's a zoning map agreement, a zoning map change. That's what we should be focused on. If you say down the line, we've got additional time to, take another crack at it when it's an RFP, that's when we can take a crack at it. It was an RFP. But the idea that we would allow a zoning map change to this extent that's inappropriate for the neighborhood, it's a little shocking to me because we think we're going to get affordable housing. And I'm saying if we want affordable housing, just pay for it. If we want it at the location, the city can just pay for it and not include market rate.
Thanks for those thoughts. We'll point out again, we're not an enforcement agency. We do not allow, we just support or don't support or advise. Commissioner Foskini, go ahead.
I know what I'm going to say here isn't popular, but I'm going to speak some hard truth. We are a downtown neighborhood in an urban city. And not only is 100 feet appropriate here, if we want to meet climate goals, 250 feet is appropriate here. And I know that we are trying to keep, our neighborhood a little bit less dense than this, but this is a zoned area now that is high density under the zoning map. And if we want to meet climate goals, if we want to be a transportation friendly city, if we want to create housing that is close to employment, that is close to downtown work, then higher density is absolutely appropriate. And I support the move towards higher density here. And this is along an urban corridor, walking distance from DuPont Metro, walking distance from the U Street Metro. This is an urban downtown neighborhood with several buildings close by that are all 10 stories, 8 to 10 stories, several. One's on 16th, one's on Florida, one on V. A hotel that is 12 stories just down the block. Another development that we just approved down on Florida, not 3 blocks away, that's going to be 12 stories tall. Several on U Street that are going in that are all in that territory. This is the downtown urban core of the capital of our country. And I'm sorry if some people still want to live in the 1960s or the 1950s of this neighborhood, but that is not what this is.
Thank you for your thoughts. I think that's everyone from the community. Commissioner Jones, you have a hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it seems practical to think that neighborhoods change. And that has to be accounted for. But I have a knee-jerk reaction with the implication that the people who lived here before, the people who lived along U Street, the people who lived in the houses, Seton Street, I have a distinct fond memory of, because myself and Frank Smith, who was the councilman before Nadeau, the developer came in, he gave everybody 30 days to get out. We tested the law that allowed residents in buildings to have the right of first refusal, and won for them. In fact, let me say this too, that I remember working on that street We walked in people's houses because went down to the street and organized them around the right to first refusal, i.e. they had the right to live there in that neighborhood, in this upcoming neighborhood. Walked indoors and there were dirt floors. 10 blocks to the White House, people living in houses with dirt floors. We took the step to make sure they had an opportunity to stay here and won. I mean, I could go into the details, but that's not the issue. The issue here is I am not against, nor was I then against improvement of the neighborhood. But I do not like the notion that as is paved over when it is suggested, not you necessarily, but when it's suggested that somehow we should roll over in the face of being in the middle of a city and high rises of this and high rises of that. If we don't make sure that people who lived here before and people who could live there who represent them have a right to stay in this neighborhood, we're missing the point. And perhaps like you, there will be those who do not like what I'm saying. But I think that we have an obligation to consider the fact of the people who made this, who were in the city and made this city for at least the last 100 years. So I just take issue with that. And I appreciate the conversation that's been had so far, particularly the technical aspects of it. But it seems that insufficient consideration is given to this part of what a neighborhood is and what this neighborhood is.
Commissioner Jones, if there were anyone that was living in this spot that was going to be displaced by this, then I would absolutely agree. But what we are talking about is building a building with exceptional amount of affordable housing in order to reduce the displacement that's happening in our community. And so that to me is the sweet spot of this development here. The more we allow it to go up, the more affordable housing we get to build for the neighborhood. And so that is why, and I get, like, this was a compromise bill. If I had had my way, it wouldn't have been as much of a compromise, but others toned it down and they wanted it to be, more setbacks and less development, and, and that's fine. This is a compromise bill, but this is not going to lead to displacement of anyone that lives there right now, because there's literally no one who lives in that entire site at the moment.
Thank you so much to you both. To kind of maybe bring things to a conclusion here, we've had I've tried to count, my spam filter got hyperactive. I counted at least 35 people who emailed me regarding this. I didn't tally support or opposition, but 35 is a reasonable number out of about 19,000. People have views. I've spoken with people that are across the spectrum on what they think in specific terms of this lot, which again is not in our ANC anymore, and just about development in general. It's a tense and passionate subject, I get it. Thankfully, we're not dealing with an issue where people directly will be displaced. It's more of a trying to perceive indirect displacement, which is the question of, if a big building comes to a neighborhood, are the people who live next door going to be able to continue to afford to live there? It's not always a clear answer. Sometimes it's more clear than others, but I think that with our limited resources, we're trying to assess that. And I really appreciate everyone that's brought pretty good collection of voices to this. It's always informative. So that's my 2 cents. Any other last thoughts? Thank you to everyone who has waited over close to 4.5 hours. We have a motion on the floor, which is to support the now amended resolution. Let's put it to a vote. All those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Looks like one no.
Guys, I don't know. I just
Gotta decide.
well, I do sort of feel like we should postpone this if there's any opportunity.
The
For
unfortunate
more-
opportunity to make the motion is passed because we're at a vote. So
Okay. All right. Well, I will say aye because I want to keep all of these things in place in terms of sustainability and all that. But I do think we should try to have greater community discussion and maybe possibly have another amendment to this, because I think this is a huge deal.
noted. This is in the middle of the vote. Is not the time to propose amendment, unfortunately.
Sorry.
Robert's rules. It's okay. No, we're learning together. But we can definitely continue to have conversations, and we can always develop future resolutions as well. So I counted 1 nay. Any abstentions?
No, I have a nay.
2 nays, pardon me. So it looks like it is 5 to 2. Am I missing somebody? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's 6 to 2, I believe. Any abstentions? Okay, so the motion passes 6 to 2. That brings our evening to a close. Really appreciate it, everyone. Thank you for a long night. If you haven't had dinner like me, enjoy. Bon appetit.
Okay. Thank you. It was a good meeting.